Hello. Hello. Eh. Huh. What is with... I'm glad I'm getting a dent. You're gonna bonk the zebra cake? Don't bonk the zebra cake. Yeah. I'm glad I got a dental appointment. Not this Monday, but next Monday. So I'm glad I've... Because, like, there's, like, a thingy with my, like, my right molar, like, where, like, down to where the wisdom teeth is. It's been... I don't know. It's gotta get looked at. So it's not, like, annoying me all the time, but it's certainly... You know, I don't know. It just feels like there's more flesh, like, going over the tooth or something like that. And, like, maybe a little bit of the muscle is a bit sore. I don't know. Hopefully the dentist will look at it. They'll do their thing of, like, just sort of picking at it with a sharp tool, make it bleed, and it will, like, deflate or something like that, so... Who knows? I don't. Do I have a water? Yeah, I have a water beside me. That's good. You okay? Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm not in pain or anything it's just one of those cases of like you know how if you have like a I'm trying to think of like the equivalency because it's not a pain in the tooth. It's like it's you know that feeling of like when you have a corn kernel? Like when you're eating popcorn, you've got like this sort of onion thin layer of a corn kernel in between your teeth. And you can like feel it with your tongue, but you can't get it out. It's that kind of sensation with like sometimes when I'm like, you know, chewing or something where I'm just sort of like, huh, I feel like there's something there with like my wisdom tooth, but my toothbrush ain't getting it and I can't reach my mouth in far back enough. Or why is it giving me a countdown for an advertisement? There should already be like several advertisements already. Oh my god, the system is getting confused now. What is going on? Pre-rolled ads, they should be disabled for 63 minutes. Yeah, hang on. Let me refresh. How many... Oh my god, what is going on? Why is there like so many like fucking... We're complaining that people aren't buying you things off your throne? I will not be answering. You know what? I will answer it, but not at this moment. I am going to articulate my thoughts in such a fashion that I'm not dismissing the what's-a-mahoozy, that I'm not dismissing the affection that I get from viewers. Now I need to figure out why the fuck there's an advertisement going off like twice. Also, is it? Wait. Oh, it's just a coinky dink that this person's in like several of the discords that I'm in. So, I also need to figure out like did people actually get like a double up on the advertisements is my next question. I very much like using my quote-unquote like. When I fail to have words to articulate, I shall use like. 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 Add 3 of 9. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Hello.
Ah, why don't things work? Blah. Hello? Hello? Can we see people? Zach, can you hear me? Cookie for Hawaiian pizza. Here's your cookie's gone, Hawaiian pizza. Hi there, Zarix. Welcome to the stream. How dare you bonk me furry cures. I have only just started.
Did you see it?
That sounds like a complaint. I will... Cookie! This time for Jason, because you can. Alrighty then. Cool.
Hello.
So, as has been pointed out, Zach was like, get ready for your thigh-high debut, and I quickly deflected that of like, no one purchases stuff on my throne. And was like, oh, it would be funny if it did, but, but realistically, not that. And they're like, feels like a complaint. It's not a complaint. It's just a realist sort of, like, frame of mind, because I understand that viewers do not have to gift me things. They don't have to go through advertisements to watch me. They can go to someone else. They don't have to sub. They don't have to gift me bits. They're, like, the most I can ever ask from viewers, or, lurkers, or whatever, like, sort of term, the most I can ask is, hey, check me out. That's the most I can ask, and that's the most I should ever get, and what have you. You look very healthy today. Thank you. I had, like, a relatively good sleep, but for some reason I've got, like, a weird... I'll explain about some of the weird shit that's been going off today. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you for the peck dance heads. I just wanted to clarify, like, with Zach's thing, that there is no obligation to purchase me stuff, gift me things, bits, whatever it is. And when they were like, oh, get ready for, someone to buy you those thigh highs, I wasn't meaning to be in a complaining tone that people won't buy me stuff. It was just a matter of factly of, that's not the usual behavior of my viewers, and that's okay. They're fine for just, observing if they want to. Thou, on the other hand, if you have 50k to spare, GrantZeebs would very much appreciate that. Yes, very much so. If you have $50,000, I would most certainly do a face reveal on stream. Like, if you gave me $50,000 at this point right now, that would be a face reveal. So yeah, but again, that comment in my Discord. God, this sounds like I'm priming myself up for one of those like cancellation videos of like, I'm sorry, chat. But yeah, just to give context, like, I add things to the throne and such, and it's a weird multitude of things that have been added over time. So like, I've got like, you could pay for my rent at one point. How have you been? And you can, but then there's like much smaller things such as the thigh highs and toilet paper and shit. How have you been doing with your goal of cutting back on takeout? Very well, actually. So I went grocery shopping this week, and it was a little more costly this week than it was last week because I had to purchase toilet paper and washing detergent. So, but that's a purchase that doesn't happen like very often. So hence why it costs a little bit more because I normally go for bulk stuff. Cookie for Zach. And Cookie's gone. So yeah, so that was fairly alright. I have not ordered in food during the week, and I had to work this Saturday shift. This Saturday shift, well, anytime the cookie is for you, nah, it's okay. I don't eat cookies. Actually, that's not true. I eat cookies when cookies are for winners. That's the thing. And if you're in my chat, you're all winners. I'm just me though. So, anywhoosies, Saturday shift, I had to work this time. There's like 5 of us in the team, and we each take turns doing a Saturday shift, and it was my turn this week. I really wish we didn't have to do those anymore. Like, I did, like, in my first year at work, I did that, like, every week. Like, I did, like, 100+ Saturday shifts, like, straight. And the reason for it was just for the very obvious case of I was doing it in the middle of uni, I couldn't do Mondays at work, and they were like, that's fine, just do the Saturday. So I was totally fine with that. Ren, what the hell? Ren converted from a Prime sub to a tier. Why didn't I get a notification? Hang on a second. They just continued their Prime. Why is that not like a notification? Oh, I'll fix that. I'll fix that another time. But yeah, so I've been doing the Saturday shifts, like, you know, in like the first year or two, it was like all the time. And then in the third year, it was, you know, we were taking turns and what have you as the team got bigger. And right now, this is like my 7th year at this job. And so far, the amount of work we're able to do, or the amount of work that is asked for us on a Saturday is really fucking low. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, before, like, in my first year, the Saturday shift was a very much essential. It felt like a normal work day for me. Shit was breaking every, like, 15 to 30 minutes. Someone needed help in the office for whatever reason, because it was, like, a proper big day for the office, because Saturday was, like, one of their more profitable days. Nowadays, however, ever since COVID-19, the introduction of, like, you know, because we had a much bigger team, we're now able to do, like, we put everyone onto laptops. Yay, that means they get to work from home and shit. But then we've been able to standardize the process of, like, oh, how do you get software onto your thing? How do you take phone calls and what have you? Like, we've standardized and fixed so many, like, long-term problems and shit and technical debt. Like, for us, at least, not for, like, the rest of the development team. So, the Saturday shift coming from, like, one department, and by extension, like, any of the other departments, is, like, nearly zero. There is always going to be, like, 1 or 2 people that are going to have a problem, but the fact of the matter is that we have the on-call line, and it's more likely going to happen after I'm out of the office on the Saturday than it is when I'm in the office on Saturday. Because, like, for instance, like, I had 2 reported incidences, and they went off after lunch. I was in, and I have to be in the office by... You don't have to suffer through Microsoft Teams, do you? No, we do, but... No one's having team meetings on a Saturday. But we still use Microsoft Teams. Anywhoosies, I start my Saturday... we start Saturday shifts at 8 a.m. And we go on till 4. The most work we do is in the last 2 hours, if there is going to be work. Because the nature of our work makes it so that, you know, that's when it happens and shit. And really nothing happens in the morning. The reason we're still going into the office on Saturday, however, is because there's one department, one holdout department that's like, oh, we're going to be all hands. All of us have laptops, but we're all going to be on the office on this day. And they're like, okay, well, we'll be here if there's any problems, and if there, and you know, and they're like, yeah, no, we'll need you in the office every time we're in there, and we're just sort of like, I guess, let's see how it is. It has been dead fucking quiet from that department. I have gotten more reported incidences from the client services department than I have from the department that's in the office all day. I have to fucking fish for issues from that department. I have to go down. Granted, there's like free pie and shit because they're forcing people to work on a Saturday. I go to that department and it's like, how are things? And they're just sort of like, yeah, no, it's good. And only one person pipes up and it's like, oh, what noise does a zebra make? Like the amp? I don't know. I'm in the middle of storytelling right now. So yeah, like I'll go down there and there'll be like maybe one person who has a problem and it's like but it's not like a problem that's stopping them from working. It's just like, oh, this thing is like, you know, several minutes slow. And I'm like, oh, well, excellent. We can look at it now or we can look at it over lunch. And he's like, actually, what if we worked on it? Like, what if we worked on it during the weekday? And I was just sort of like, but I'm right here. And the thing is that, like, we've gone through, like, several weeks where it's like, oh, we've had a few Saturdays where nothing has gone wrong. And, like, we're given the benefit of, like, oh, if you work on the Saturday, you get a toil time in lieu of because you're a full-time person. So, and it's just and it's very much a gentleman's agreement on that one. We didn't have to, like, go to HR saying, hey, we've been in the office from ding to dong, which means we don't have to bonk here. And it's like, cool. It's just gentleman's agreement of like, hey, I did the Saturday shift. I'm doing this. Someone said the Q word a few times at work. The Q word? No, I don't know what the Q word is. But yeah, like, I'm there, and I'm ready to get canceled. It's too quiet. No, like, it very much is basically taboo to say at this job. Oh, I've said it just to try and curse the day, and at best, I got 2 incidences to help resolve. Both of them were work from home people. Both of them were from the client service department who aren't even in the office. The number of incidences we get from the department that decides to come in all hands on a Saturday, which isn't even all hands, it's more like 50% of them, none. We've gotten none from them. And when there comes to discussion of like, oh, like, should desktop support be in there? And they're like, well, if we're in, desktop support should be in case anything goes wrong. But it's like, but nothing goes wrong. And we have demonstrated that if something does go wrong, more often than not, it's from outside the office, and we have demonstrated that we are able to fix it. It's not oh, you have to come into the office all of a sudden. It's a case of, no, we've been able to solve your problem outside the office. But yeah, like, I just want my Saturdays back. We have an on-call line. I'm fine with taking turns when that shit happens, because guess what? I would rather be inconvenienced for 15 to 30 minutes randomly on a Saturday here at home when I might be streaming or something, rather than going into... I love how everyone's just coming up with their own Q words. Quebec, quarterfinalist, quiet, quesos. No, wait, quesos is not Q. Quilt. Quilt is a Q word. Quilt. Quail? Is quail a Q word? I feel like quail is a Q word. Yeah, queso. All right. I was correct. It's a Q. So yeah. But yeah, I want the Saturdays back, and it's like, you know. So I just went through like a Saturday in the office, and the thing I got to do in that office while I was waiting for shit to happen, I get to clean up like a room. That's essentially what I did that Saturday. And we got like these, I think it was like these fiberglass panels or something, like the ones that, or some sort of weird panel that's normally supposed to go in the ceiling. And I think like a tiny bit of the fiberglass, because it doesn't happen all the time, but like I feel a little prick. Like between my, like on the side of my ring finger. I'm not really pointing it very well because, you know, this the leap motion isn't like, you know, perfectly gelled, as you can see. But yeah, there's like this little, but you can't see it because it's like one, like, because it's only like one little thing as well. So it's not like a thorn where it's reasonably large enough to be able to like see it and be able to be like, all right, let me just pop it like a zit or grab some tweezers. I can't feel, like, I can't run my finger over where the fiberglass might be and just go nip it. Like, I can't. So I've washed my hands like 2 or 3 times trying to have the soap catch onto it, but nothing. And it's like right here, and it's annoying, and it annoys me because it's like I can't replicate the pain. I can't be like, oh yeah, let me just like, you know, do a movement with my hand or something like that. It just randomly happens. I hate that. I don't like having things happen to my body, like painful things, and I not know how to replicate it. Like, if I can see where a cut is, and it's like, oh, this cut, it's like, I don't know, it's just a troubleshooting thing, where it's just like, I need to be able to point to something because of either it breaking or it, you know, when I make the move, like when you can, you know those people that can like click their wrists? Like they're able to just go like clonk, 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 and it's because they know the movement they need to do. Or, hang on, let me see if I can crack my knuckles. Okay, so I can crack, there was one knuckle crack then. They're so small, they're impossible to see, but cause so much trouble and damage. Exactly. Thankfully, it didn't go into my eyes. But yeah, so I cleaned up a comms room, is what I did. And now I'm here. Now I'm in the, Now I'm going to be playing some... This was a long tangent, let me tell you. Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, or your lungs, both would be equally as bad. I promise you, I will never purposely inhale fiberglass. I will promise you that. So yeah. So, ow. Alright, also, I need to pause the music, because the music doesn't need to be, you know, running at this point. Because there's just... this. Alrighty. Tataru. Shaken resolve. Tataru seems eager to make up for lost time. Grant! Gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. More than my fill. Well, you certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with... Hi there, Elvirus. This isn't a child. This is a full-grown lady. How dare you misage this person? Tataru is a full-grown adult. And we're gonna kick her if we can. You have brain cells in like a good portion of people these days. I creak extensively after the whole thing being drugged while under a car thing. Ugh. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Grimold Dark and that the Empire's shown no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me about your time in the First. Great. Oh, and don't mind. I'd like to ask Flamen to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. Oh my god, we have to like... Oh, wait, it's literally outside. Okay. You'll lurk a little. Time to do some dishes. You have a birthday this evening. Is it your birthday? Is it... No. Hey, come back. Is it your birthday? Is it your birthday? Whose birthday? Het. Whose birthday? Your uncle's. He'll be turning 50. My birthday is in 2 months. Noted. I am going to be singing happy birthday in 2 months. Or to whoever's birthday comes up next that's in my chat. Really looking forward to me diving into some side plot Shadowbringers. I will most certainly... So, here's how this kind of shit normally goes down. Ooh, bunny boy. I will normally be going through the main story quest line. That is my thing. I go through the main story quest line, and that is exclusively for streaming. You will not find me going through anything in this top left corner, like Shake and Resolve. You will not see me go through that off-stream. That is explicitly an on-stream event. So, if anyone is ever like, oh, Grant, I can't find a clip from when you did this. Can you do this again? No. You missed out on that. Someone else could have clipped that. But anything like, where is it? Like this, where it's like, you know, going through the different Omegas, or some of these blue ticks, or, you know, the piss yellows. When those pop up, those are the ones that are like, they can either be done on stream or they can be done off stream. There is no guarantee you're gonna see me do it, but if you ask me about it and I say, yeah, I did it, then we can talk about it. April 18th, if I want to be precise.
I just realized my birthday is in 2 weeks today.
Oh my goodness, Jason. I did see the 2 weeks thingy-majiggy, but I didn't know it was like 2 weeks on the dot. Damn. Also, I'm scratching the top of my foot again. Where in the MSQ are you? Well, Uranea Zach, if you had seen my post on Twitter of where I was, I utilized a separate image for my announcement of where I am for my Final Fantasy stream. Oh my goodness. 40. 40? You'll be old as Steve Carell in that movie. 40. I do hope someone clips how things went with the final story dungeon for Shadowbringers. Someone will have to check the VODs. I do not know if there's any clippable thingy-madiggies in there. Alright, where the fuck am I going? Hang on a second. Mount roulette. There we are. Cool. Here. Alrighty. So yeah, where was I? So when I did the posting and shit like that, we're at the beginning of 5.1. There's currently like 10. Oh, there it is. There's the pain. What the? It's on my pinky finger. What the fuck? Did it wait, where is it? Can I see it? Hang on. Can I? Hang on. You're being so mean. I'm sorry for being mean to you. I didn't mean to be mean. I didn't mean... Hang on, sorry. I'm distracted. I'm trying to figure out... Hang on. Where are my tweezers? Curse you, hand! Why do you have to be in pain? Why can't I... Do not touch fiberglass. Yeah. This is why I wish it was mandatory to handle fiberglass. No. With gloves. That is important. Also, sorry, Uranea Zach, for being mean. I didn't mean to be mean. Grant, it's been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Thank you. Words cannot express how I have longed to know more of the first. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. Watch out for old hot tubs. Hot tubs, pianos, and blacksmith anvils. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle. This girl who Thancred named Rin. To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. How do you like my old lady impression? In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Grant, may I ask a favor of you? When you next return to the First, to tell Rin what I cannot? Tell her thank you. Oh yeah, I'm in my gunbreaker outfit. I will probably swap to vacation mode, but we'll figure out how that vacation mode will look. Gamer socks, eh? No. As Zach has questioned, like, way back in the... Hang on a second. Give me a second as I get the thingy-madiggy. Bong. Ding. Paste. Donk. Hang on, that didn't paste. How... Copy... There we go. So, as, this thingy-madiggy says, that, like... That's not... Hang on. You don't... Foreground. There we go. So, that quote there of me, like, no one purchases stuff on my throne, it would be funny if they did. That is a realist take. I don't expect anyone to do it. I am not going to have my hopes up that someone is going to purchase me things. It will be hilarious, but, you know, I'm not gonna prompt myself, okay? If you think if you have the weird thought of, oh yeah, I will win the lottery because I purchased lottery tickets, you're setting yourself up for a bad time. Realism, people. I would offer thanks to you as well for staying with her till the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Hello. I love their hellos. They're just like... Ryle, I hoped you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish. Nay, I've not had a peep out of him. And it's been a good long while, too. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through Grimmauld now that the fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling my thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now I'd best be... I nearly forgot. Krill's at the stones and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine him again when I left. We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. But yeah, no gamer socks. Also, the ones that code linked me, the Amazon link did not work. Oh my god, the Zodiac Weapon Exchange? What? I've devoted my life to treasures that glitter and gleam. If you would have true crystals that truly shine, you know what I require. Alright, cool. So, not that. Bing. Ding. Ignore the fact that I'm falling. I will recover. I'm totally fine. Don't you worry. So much running around. They were not sly. If you offer a Zeta weapon, you get a head start on Heaven's Ward. Should you want that? I figured. Because that's how I got... Hang on, wrong button. That's how... That's... How do I get to just the glamours? Glamour plates. Because that's how I got... Okay, so... I got Ragnarok done, but then... Where the fuck are you? I had to clear my glamour plate recently because I was like running out of room and shit. Nope, that's the Lionheart. Okay, I don't have a good one for the Dark Knight yet. So the Dark Knight just turns into a fucking Power Ranger. But yeah, I did the Heaven's Ward one and I did the Heaven's Ward one for the Dark Knight. Also, who the nah, you're just doing your own thing. Alright. Into the stones we go. Zodiac weapons were a grind and a half. Oh yeah, they were. I totally understand, and I probably would not be doing Zodiac weapons, like, more than once. Like, it was a teachable moment. Now, granted, someone was able to speed run that shit in, like, about a day, but I do not have the gumption for it. Not gonna lie, I went to the throne to see how much they were, and the socks were fine, but shipping, fuck that. Oh no, is that the thing that fucks it over? Hang on. Where's my... Hang on. Dink donk throne. I live in Australia. That's gonna forever be a problem. Alright, so if I go add to cart... It doesn't tell me anything. Shipping and tax is calculated at checkout. Holy fucking shit! The shipping is twice as much as the fucking stockings! Oh my god, and then there's tax on top of it? Holy fucking shit. I need to send this to unnamed. Hang on. Ah. Lol, if the shopping cart is empty, there's a 92 cents processing fee on Throne. Shipping plus Australia. Issues either inbound or outbound. Yeah. What about my dickies? What about my socks? There's a 6-pack of socks, and they should be coming from within Australia. The shipping is still bad. It is still above 10. God fucking damn it. Throne. Australia. Free shipping. This is why. Throne. Throne. Come here. Come here. Throne. You may... I don't... Hi. GrantZeebs. VTuber. Himbo Bara. Please, let us attach our Amazon Prime to our wish list. Because... Holy fucking shit. Shipping in Australia is absolutely terrible. And if there's like an API you can use where, like, technically speaking, the purchase is like done on my account with the funds from Throne, you would save so much money on people needing to ship us things. Please, for me. Because otherwise then I'm better off just, I don't know, putting the fucking thing as like a, oh, just make it a payout, and then just like, ooh, pinky promise, I will purchase the thing you tell me to purchase, or something weird like that. God, imagine if... So yeah, please, try and let us attach our Amazon Prime membership to the Throne, so then the next time someone's like, oh hey, that looks fun on Amazon, it looks to me like free shipping. Looks to Throne like it's a $60 shipping cost. Alright, close this. Close that. Go back to here. So yeah. Alrighty. It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad. So yeah, sorry for getting distracted. But this is good. It's a bit of an oxymoron that, you know, the whole point of me streaming is I'm playing video games to socialize. But I feel like the best moments of my stream are when I'm not playing video games. Hi, Krail! What's your Steam number? I don't fucking know. Hang on a second.
So, how are they?
Card. Nope, it's not there. Wait, no, I dropped it in a fucking tweet.
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise...
I dropped it in a tweet.
Health.
I was being funny, and then someone was like, oh, you can't gift shit unless you're friends with people. And I'm like, Steam, why the fuck? Hang on. I need a... Where's the thing? Where's the tweet? I thought I was being funny with it as well, because it was just like, oh no. It like, because I got a screen... I got a this is my favorite thing to post on Twitter a lot of the times. I like getting manga panels and using those sometimes as my memes. So there's like, you know, fucking, what's a Mahuzi from Spy X Family? Anya. You have Anya that's just like, oh no, I just dropped this super cool, and it's supposed to be a photo of her dog, but I changed it to this super cool wish list. Gosh, I'm so clumsy. And it's just like, there is nothing accidental about that fucking thing. It's like it's the biggest fucking bait. And that's exactly how I wanted my tweet to be when it was like, my throne and Steam. It's just so silly. All right, Krill.
For the present, at least.
Oh my god, I had to... Do I want to auto-scroll this shit? Also, we need to figure out what the fuck I'm going to be wearing for, like, patch content. We need to pick an outfit.
No. Is something wrong with them?
We need to figure out, like, how to dress me up.
I'm afraid there may be.
I've already done, like, vacation, like, summer.
After detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed.
Instability in corporeal ether. What the fuck does that mean?
Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
They're fucking dying, is what it sounds like.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is
two
all unknown
potatoes
territory
talking.
to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good.
Can I, like, accelerate this dialogue, please?
Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
No rest for the righteous, eh?
I realize you've only just returned from saving 2 worlds, but time is not on our side.
But where's he even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
Yes.
Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came
Don't
along.
make me send you to Jesus myself.
We're not gonna do such things.
His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer.
Ah, 15%. Oh.
There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
I really want to increase my Steam level. 15% in Himbo and Cute. Man, you're only 30. Okay, the crystal exarch in the ocular. Lol, it's cheaper to teleport to Ulmor than to the Crystarium. Where the fuck do I go to get into... Hang on. Cause... Is it the keep? No, it's not the Keeper of the Lake. I don't fucking know. Fuck it, we're just gonna teleport. We'll pay the fee. You're skinny and... That's not what it's supposed to mean. That is not what it's supposed to mean. It's not supposed to mean that you're skinny and ugly. It just means that as far as Himboism goes, you're like 15%. And, you know, you could be... You might only be 15% cute, but you might be, you know, like 70% handsome or something. Blue tick. How long were you standing in silence? I don't know if it's rude. Wait, aren't you the mortal bonded to Feiyu? Well, no, if it isn't a pleasant... I propose I was meaning to be... Come on, so these Kari see all over, they're good at what they do, but with your help, I could close the wrist, see what the weather is like for myself, come back and share my knowledge with these mortals by whispering to them in their dreams. I could do the same for the Skywatchers on the other side, too. Everyone would have all the answers, and they wouldn't even know how they got them. Your silence is all the approval I need. I am off. Oh, nice. %78% cute. 78. Cutie patootie over there. I'm just gonna lower the volume. Holy cheez-its. Holy cheez-its. Bam. Alright. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word, and I would be happy to escort you to the ocular. The ocular is like another word for the eye. Sup, Graha? Ah, Grant, you are returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But, of course it wasn't. Go on. Their corporeal aether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you'll be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but to mercy we have the likes of Mistress Krill and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot foresaw the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. My goodness. This first mission has already been a lengthy one. Like, good god, y'all. Good god, y'all. Also, I can't stop scratching the top of my foot! How's it going, Jason? We're just gathering Yep, so the auto advance is currently on. Good.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Huh?
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Ooh, I got a gift!
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Turn-based strategy game straight from medieval, where rabbits bump is deadlier than the fuck? Never heard of this game before.
I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
Okay. Also, it was kind of funny. It's just like, parasocial friend. Yes, this is a very parasocial relationship.
I suppose it was only to be expected that
our only communication, as far as I know, has just been through here and maybe a little bit of
Yet
Discord.
our souls seem unaffected. To my eye, at least.
It's not to the same level.
How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Oh no, we must return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy.
Cool.
The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their
Look pretty fun, and it's in the same humor style as Monty Python. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll add that to like the backlog list.
I would not soon throw my life away.
If I ever say I don't have any games to play, you have all the right to like bonk me on the head and be like,
so
you
long as I
have
breathe,
games to play.
I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh! What was that for?
She wanted to hit you.
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
Steam gift card, but sorry they wouldn't allow it. With me being in Australia and then you being in a different current. Ah, yeah, that's annoying. Like, I have like.
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion?
I have a big gripe with copyright law and creative content on the internet. The internet does not have like borders, so to speak. The difficulty in presenting a movie, for instance, like a movie on VHS and physical media, going from one place to another, absolutely there is difficulty with it. But these barriers get reduced with things such as telephones, and then you go to more advanced developments such as right now the internet. The barrier of transporting one thing to another is now like, especially for, you know, content that's to be presented audio, like audibly and visually, the barrier is like nil. Netflix TV shows are presented in the United States the same way they're presented in Australia, South Korea, wherever the fuck there's internet that can get to Netflix. And it annoys me so fucking much that, like, countries just have not accepted that the internet just throws the fucking currency game out the fucking window. Like, it just... Because here's the thing. You are either... Like, because the internet devolves down into two things, currency-wise. You either have all your currencies getting utilized on the internet, which means that you have to have a very reliable source of currency conversion from one place to another. Amazingly enough, not even Twitter... not even Twitch, not even Steam uses all the currencies right now. Steam used to use a lot more currencies, but then it turns out that the license, like the fees in order to help do all that shit was just not worth it in some of the countries. So they were just like, fuck it. Brazil, you know, you have a really high piracy rate. We're not going to bother, you know, keeping track of your currency. If you want to do business with Steam in Brazil, you got to do the US dollar. And so many people who are not familiar with Brazil's currency are just like, oh, okay, let me just present you our American prices. And it's like, dude, the American dollar is so fucking powerful compared to Brazilians, and the Brazilians don't exactly have a lot of free money to hand around. You colossal idiot. That's why piracy is so high in there. The cost of your media is just not worth it, because like the cost of it is like hundreds of times more than, like, say, a potato compared to the cost of it in the United States being like barely a bag of potatoes. So you either go so you have people going for option 2, which is, oh, if you want to do, like, this is kind of like my slight pet peeve with, like, furry artists and shit like that, especially the ones in Australia, when they're like, oh, these prices are in American, and I'm just sort of like, how? You're Australian. I'm wounded. We're like, me in Australia getting paid in Australian dollars looks to a furry living in Australia who sounds way more Australian than me. I love your art. How much does it cost? Thank you, Grant. I'm glad you like it. It costs this much. Sounds cool. In American dollars. And I'm just like, oh no. Dead. Just fucking... And it's just... Globally speaking, we can't go down to one currency. So for the internet to be like, oh, your option E is either everyone fucking up with each other's currency or everyone following one currency is just going to be problematic. If we are going to be doing one currency, we kind of also have to, like, you know, redistribute the fucking, like, how wealth is distributed and shit like that, because I'm gonna be real with you, I would be a fucking millionaire in, like, 20 out of the hundreds of countries we have right now. The only furry you know in NZ who charges SD is Sparky Can Do, and they can only do that because their fursuits are literally some of the highest demand around. Ooh. Ow. Yeah, it hurts. Like, fuck's sake, Star Trek.
Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
Behoove. Also, I need to change that.
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Uh-huh.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change.
I doubt it's that simple, but you're
vague
welcome
notions
to
of
try.
ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet, were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
But then comes the problem of, I then need to, you know,
White
take your
Orside
soul
would,
out.
I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference.
That'll be
I
$50.
believe I know of
That's
someone who
100
may
bucks
be
here.
able to assist us.
Look, you're right, because here's the thing.
On the far shore
Right
of
now,
the source,
Australia isn't doing
there
too
stands a
hot.
great palace
50
built by
American
the
dollars is like 80 Australian right now. We're neck and neck.
It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after.
Uh-huh.
Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
So it sounds to me you never talked to them.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
We gotta give it the good old college try. Okay, so we get ourselves a Crystarium weapon while having some food. Food, please. I wonder, maybe I should just make all of my throne items like a buyout thing. So instead of anyone like dealing with the fucking, you know, $30 to $300 of what's-a-mahoozy of like shipping and all that, if it's an Amazon item, we just make like the funds like go into my bank account or something, and then I purchase it or something. But then that's stuck on the trust me, bro. I'm gonna do that purchase, which I don't think a lot of people are gonna trust me on. Let's have a look. So we got Nightworldly shit. We got here it is, the Crystarium weapon, which is item level 500. That is not as good as my High Dorurium. Fuck that. Alright. The Crystarium would waste no time in seeking help from your stranded something or other. The Grand Cosmos, that is the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white azurite. By thy leave, of course. The process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Nomoi consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I should ask the rest of you to meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Did I know that Disney Sandstorm is free to play? Well, it wasn't when I looked at it, but I do know it now. Alright, where the fuck am I going? Oh my god, I'm going all the way over there. Ah! Excuse me. Ah! Ah. Yeah, like, my wisdom tooth is, like, not all the way out of my gums, I feel. Like, I feel like it's broken, like, the top of it is broken through, but there's still a bit of it that's, like... What the... Oh. Corn kernel. Okay. I will absolutely laugh if that was the thing that was causing me discomfort. Bestest boy, go! Look at him. He's our bestest boy. Hang on. Don't. Look at him. He's our bestest boy. Also, why is it? Look at him. Our bestest boy. Boy. Also, I have not explored all the way up here. Fuck, what's at Ilmatic? Oh, okay, so that's how people were getting to Ilmatic, was it? Alright. I swear I already was up there. Look at him. Gums, wisdom teeth. Who are you talking to? I'm talking to chat about like the random nonsense. Anywhoosies, I'm going to a dentist for like a checkup and a clean. Not this Monday, but next Monday, because, you know, apparently you need to be going to see a dentist like at least every 6 months. And I didn't see them since like last year, so apparently I'm due for for a, you know, more suckies and all that. Because it's always like scrape, wipe, and suck. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds, and when I was set upon by our host's familiars, and I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubts poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I would be most interested to meet those who could overcome my defenses. As would any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interests, mayhaps we can earn ourselves an audience. You haven't seen a dentist in multiple years? I thought you had to see a dentist, like, once every 2 years. I thought, like, that was, like, the barest minimum you could get away with, was that it had to be at least once every 2 years that you see a dentist. But apparently it's twice a year. I was seeing them, like, a quarter of the time. You certainly seem to be enjoying all this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing around inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Grant is around. What exactly are you implying? Shut the fuck up. Game music is super loud, by the way. Well, there is no, like, music and such, but it should be capped at 20. Yeah, it's capped at, like, 25 and shit, so it's not, like, it shouldn't be crazy loud, should it? Hang on a second. If I go to Ding, and then I go to my channel, and then I'm gonna say a few things, and this is, like, saying a few things at my normal tone, while it's, like, thingamadiggy, and then I'm gonna stop saying a few thingamadiggies, and we're gonna see how loud it is. I don't think it's terrible. You can hear music coming from your stream, so I don't know where it's coming from. Be back soon. Tea. Oh, it's tea time, is it? Tea time. Tea time. All right, hang on. Let me. Maybe if I go to system and I go to sounds. So right now, listening position is here. So yeah, my master volume is at like 100. The background music is at 33. The sound effects is at 30. Voice is at 90. Systems at 60. Ambience at 30. Maybe it's because of performance? Maybe that's the... Wait. I reckon 30. It was just coming across super... No, it's okay. It's okay. And then I'm gonna keep this at 90. Put this at 50. $25. DualSense shock controller, notice only equalizer. Logitech Pro G. I do not have a Logitech Pro G. I don't know why that's like the thing. Immerse game pack is not installed. Select the game. What is a new dimension of sound awaits beyond 360 of personal thingy after installing radio? Cool. Don't care. But yeah, so the master volume is at 100, so it's probably just grabbing... It's probably putting the music in, like, a random channel then. So I'll apply the changes. Play when the sound is not... Yep, so I've played all those. Play music while mounted. Enable normal battle music. Enable city-state background music in residentials. Play system sounds while waiting for a duty finder. Yeah, alright. The Grand Cosmos. Item synced. I need to be an item sync of 4. Okay, no, I'm not in the problem. Everything is like 530 except for my sword, and then there's these two things which are 515s. Join. Let's see how long it takes for this thing to pop off. Meow. Meow. Broom, broom. I'm looking at the closed captions in my stream just to see what it looks like. Broom, broom. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Do, 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 do. Scanning for... No, I shouldn't do Cartman lines. Cartman lines are like, those are fine to do in, like, I don't know, you know, familial company. Maybe not to do on stream. That is then going to be stuck in... Thank you for the boops there, Zarek. Maybe not for something to be, like, said on stream that is going to be kept in a VOD for, like, 60 days. For someone to just be like, look at this zebra being racist. Right now I'm waiting on... healer and 2 thingamadoogies. Hang on, do I have any friends? Ah! I have no friends. Ah! Wait. Damn it, can't see them from another thingamadoogie. Xerix! I'm higher ranked than you. Rothrelt. You're on your way? Yes! Nice. Alright, let me withdraw really quickly, and then I'll send you an invite. Wait, can I view an adventure? Oh, they're in another data center. Oh, that's a... So, okay. So for context, for why I suddenly have, like, you know, friends that are in an entirely different data center, Prey Purge, or Prey Expert... Prey. The Courage the Cowardly Dog VTuber, they have been playing through Final Fantasy XIV, and they're currently at, like, level 30-ish. They're not gonna make it in time to get the regalia, I don't think, but who knows? Maybe they'll go through, like, a huge grind or something. Anywhoosies, I decided, because it was, like, my time off, I decided to hop to another data center visit, and I decided to, like, pop up and just sort of be like, hello. So that's why that's why I have, like, a random fucking friend from Leviathan. So there's Razorder there. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, all these Marlboro peoples, those I saw. That's what caused me to play 72 hours straight. Oh, were you at, like, level 30 and you were like, I need to get to level 50, and so you just went, do-do-do-do-doom, dungeon done, do-do-do-do-doom, Garleans exterminated, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, Ultima weapon, attempt number 3, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, and then you got to the Praetorium and you're like, woo, Praetorium! There they are, Mako. Oh, I am Potato. This is them. Unfortunately, they're all the way in Behemoth. So, they're in an entirely different data center. But yeah. And then there's all these peeps, which I haven't seen in a long time. I need to remember. I need to remember not to, like, say the Cartman lines. I can't do that. I think that's why my sleep schedule is so off now. It would most likely be a like driving force. I'm gonna be real with you. Hang on. Invite to party. There we go. Where are yous? There you are. Missile knows where it is because it can extract from where it is from where it isn't, and by being left from where it isn't from where it is, it knows where it is. Hi, Xerix. That was when you first started for the event. Nice. Alrighty. Okay, so you're gonna go DPS. Alrighty, let's have some fun with a party of other players. The Grand Cosmos. One of the party members does not meet the requirement. You're gonna need to be level 80. Sorry. Donk. Round 3. There we go. Start the clock. Let's see how the tank privilege goes. It says less than 5 minutes. Let's see if it's less than 5 minutes. All right, how are you dressing up here? Oh, hey, I've got the same thingy-majiggies. 86 is 80. Oh, what is with general purpose metal? Oh, it's dyes. Okay. Look at him. Look at him, so chubbies. Look at it. Look at him. This is me in real life. This is me in real life. I'm just a fat lard. And look at me. I just really want that cake. Oh, damn it. Alright, okay, wait, which one is that one? Hang on, let me see if I've got that. There it is. Rising Phoenix. That was really fast. Let's see. Where's that? Man Cutter? Yep. Okay, you can't do the birds. The birds are not of... Wait, hang on, I might have that bird. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Bird. Oh well, a bird. Bird is the word. I think this is the one I stole from you by mistake. It's okay. Alright, so I've got the white Lanar. Rose round. What's round? Why is it called fucking round? And then we got Warring. And then one random dog. Fucking Lunar because of the Lady of the Moon we did. You hit the wrong button on Steam. I have not hit any wrong buttons on Steam. What the F are you talking about? Oh, you're meaning about the time when we, like, because someone was like, oh, we all do greed or something like that, or you're talking about, like, the written word engagement, were you? Also, is Xerix? No, they're not. Okay. I guess Xerix is afraid that if they come into the VC, then they're gonna have to do voice acting. Be warned, if you ever join my VC, good news, you get to hang out with me in the VC during stream. It's absolutely fun. Highly recommend it. You can probably grab my attention. Bad news. I am going to ask you to be a voice actor. If there's dialogue that needs to be said, and I've already done like 1 or 2 characters, guess what? You're gonna do a character. I didn't know you started when. Nights. Only fur I've joined in VC is Trumpet Collins. That's fair enough. Trumpet Collins is good. Collins is good. Collins is alright. Look at me jumping. I wonder which other birds I need to get. Listen to this smooth... Xerix is in the waiting room? Oh, he is. Hello. Oh, hey, the thingy-majiggy is available.
Hey.
You've done this mechanically before?
I completely forgot all of this.
Okay, cool. It's a learning experience for the both of us.
Yep. Oh my... Zeebs?
What? What? It's him?
Rex is here!
That is bullshit! What the fuck? Again? Are you fucking... It is him! Oh my god, what the... What is going on? Should you value your lives, you will quit this place at once. Now be gone with you. God damn it, Matsuo. How do you keep doing this? Where the fuck are we going? This way.
Okay, this is not the right time for my brain to be shutting down.
Understood. Ding dong. Doing good? Okay.
Oh. There we go. As we know during my streams, and I do not know who they are. Ah! Hi there, Furry Cures! Also, why? Okay, I thought the brooms would turn violent, but okay.
Calm your ice paddy.
But yeah, Matsuo has been there like for a very ever since like the Great Woods, I would say is like the farthest back I can think of properly.
Yeah, it was back then.
Yeah, so like having them pop up like in the most recently they've been joining in with me on the dungeon since like the very last one. And it's just been a who is this man? Who has been following me all this time? I guess we go this way. Wait, Furry Cures, this isn't you, is it? You're not fucking Matsuo Namikaze, and you've just been, like, being extra quiet about this. Well, that's just Facebook. Yep, that's everyone. No, not the shirt. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo het. I forgot about the fucking box. That. I'm waiting for you to accidentally superoid out a mitt. Like, the thingy-majiggy is... Where is it? It's all the way up here. It's Alt 0. Like, unless I click it by accident, it's not gonna be an accidental click. There we go. That. Woo! So yeah, I know what I'm doing. I kind of know what I'm doing. This way. A ward ring. And there's like all this like fucking nonsense going off in my eyes. It isn't a matter of if, but only when. Fair enough. I will be real with you. I have done the Paladin one because the Paladin one is right next to my enmity button. Or I'm doing a misclick of the 1, 2, 3 combos. This is what I'm doing. Alright, that's the Belladonna is done. Whee! Go. I am so focused right now. Oh, shit. Mountain Dew on the floor. Oh, because they self-destruct. No, like, I call it, like, the like, sort of the piss pool, like, Mountain Dew sometimes. I give it every other name except for whatever its official name is. because I'm an idiot. Hopefully they are not gonna hate me. Have I, like, pulled them, like, closely enough?
Yeah, close as you can get with them being like this.
Yeah. Alright. Wild Saber just asked, do I prefer reading a book or listening to an audiobook? I think I have gone through way more, books, like manga-wise, than, like, animes, that's for sure. But I think if we're sticking to, like, traditional, like, books, I have definitely listened to more audiobooks than reading. I think that's for sure. I don't know, I can just get done with it more, or I'm just sleeping on it. A lady with tits.
Oh, Siren. I just heard the voice. Same voice for Siren, apparently.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see that. Okay, so that gets it out of the thingy-majiggy.
Yeah, it was... I forgot about
Ah, yeah, the stun does that, of course. He's gonna push him. Yeah, there we go.
Right. I should have just left that there.
So yeah, because I had a feeling like, oh, that guy was gonna do something, and then when it showed the like directional arrow, so it's like, ah, he's gonna do that.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
My bad.
It's alright, they got killed before they did their final thing in the diggy, so we're okay.
Oh.
Come with me. I'm gonna go on a little adventure.
Oh, that's off.
bastard. Thank you for the head pets hit. Persist. This man's just really wanting us to leave him alone in his giant fucking palace.
Yep. Is that supposed to be
Odin?
I was thinking Napoleon.
Oh, they could have been Heaven's Ward peeps.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know, I'm just not used to seeing their titles and
Oh.
Oh, the healer might be mad at me. Why is this guy so strong?
And a little mini boss, I'm guessing.
Well, at least it means I can just do my 1, 2, 3 combos. Hopefully to take this afternoon. First part of the bus. So to be trained from the station. Oh, nice! Wait, Het, what path are you talking about here? Is this like a new exercise thing you do? Treasure color. There has been no fending, annoyingly enough. Oh, look at all the dancing. Ew, weird Cthulhu-looking person. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus, our guests yet want for company. The insatiable flame Lugus. Okay. So you can you rephrase that question? It said you were just looking at the route to take this afternoon. I was like, the route to what? I just was confused by the route. That was all. All right, here we go. And then what's in range? I should have probably caught on to the fact that it said scorching left, but it was going to be a lot of otherworldly heat.
Oh. Whoops.
Oh, what the? Oh. I was not expecting that. The birthday to your uncle. I cannot. Shit. Culling Blade. What's the deal with you? Okay, so...
Right, I'm guessing.
Otherworldly heat. Oh, I dreaded that. Mortal Flame? Okay.
Oh, you were supposed to run into the furniture.
Oh! Okay. Shit. Scorching left, that's this side. There we go. Fire's Domain. So I got 2, which means... barely understand this, right? Otherworldly heat. And then Culling Blade, I guess I'm gonna want to go away. Okay, so Scorching Right, we need to be over on his left.
Oh, right. It's supposed to be like this.
Okay.
But make sure that it's not red. Or have the arrows, I guess.
Okay, so do I put him near this plush sofa or not?
Not. You'll just keep them away from you as far as he can go.
Radio.
Yeah.
Alright, okay. Otherworldly heat. Culling Blade. Alright, move away.
It's gonna hit no matter what.
Yeah, but I think it hits, like, different intensities.
I would have, be like an indicator on the floor with pulsing.
Fire's Domain.
Oh, right. Keep it away.
Nice. Woo! It's a stretchy tether till it goes purple, then it's at minimum damage. Okay, so different distances do like different amounts of damage, does it?
Yep.
Okay.
It also prevents you from getting the vulnerability.
Okay. There you go, Matsumoto. Who is? Hey, oh maybe. Never mind. They're not here. Oh, no.
Just left.
Okay. Because I was able to to, like, you know, give him accommodation at the very least. I don't know how I feel about the whole, like, oh, you can only provide accommodation to those not in your party, but, you know, still in the instance. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not fast, because especially since I'm going through the fucking cutscenes normally. So, yeah. And I don't know if there's a way to be like, oh, let me just press F2 or F3 or F4 to, like, you know, give the thingamajiggy to the... Oh, hey, it's the, it's the dog species.
MMO.
That one. The MMO.
Backlogue, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain.
What a weird custom.
But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Just emphasize the beg.
Shake? Beg?
Yep. They're basically like dogs.
I figured.
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Is he doing this on purpose, or...?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men.
I'm sorry, what?
You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to... heal.
That took him a minute. I'm sorry, it just reminds me of Hildebrand fucking questline where it's just like
you
these
will not be satisfied.
big expressions.
I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again.
Alright, looks like it might be my
Damn
turn.
court mage seem to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Am I gonna get an echo moment? It's very tempting to go with the first option, but I kind of also want to be like, you mean the magical plague of Vobert? Just being like, hey, wait, hang on a second. We need explanation. Is it about this? Is it about this thing right here? I like Velx was a good one. Why not stay a while and explain? Would be great. All right. I'm trying to think. Like, is it the proper practice to do like all the dog phrases and such, or were they just, you know, mistreating her?
Basically, try and get what owner would do to get their dog to listen and obey.
Okay. Velk says I'm lawful. No, I want to know. I want to know more. You mean the magical plague?
You know of the plague? Then you know how dangerous Soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
Yes.
No. No. Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
We do?
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Such big tails. Just oof. And they're not like boofy tails either. They're like a fucking like chunker thunk. All right,
yep.
Hand it to Alphino. So that's
like an
mission
otter's.
number 2. Speaking of whom, we should hurry to keep our guest awaiting would only add insult to injury. Ooh, excuse me. There's like 10. You may now enter with a party of NPCs. To make use of this feature, open the trust. Yeah, we know about that. Mission number 3. We mustn't dally here any longer, Grant. If Beglug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. Mount roulette time. How many mounts do you have?
Let's see. I got 53.
Damn, that's a good number. I've got 35. I've not gone too far in the mount hunt. I will be real with you. One of the mounts that I am curious, that I am like kind of like, if I get done with the MSQ before I get this, then one of the mounts that I want to get is, let me just scroll down to find it. Here it is. Completing 200 high-level duties as a warrior, because it will get me the War Bear.
Yeah, I definitely want to get that as well, which I have been working on warrior when I get the chance.
Yeah. So, because the thing is that my warrior right now is at like level 80 right now. The only most of my tank classes, save the paladin, are level 80. So like either one of them can get, you know, pulled into being used for the MSQ at Endwalker, but I want to get the paladin up to level 80, just so then that way there's an opportunity to you know, because like the paladin I feel like is sort of the featured tank class for Endwalker. Like I know they introduced the DP, like in Endwalker they introduced the Reaper in Endwalker, but I don't want to play the Reaper. I don't want to go to DPS. I like playing my tank.
That's completely fair. And Endwalker did make the paladin very strong.
Excuse me, a word, if you would be so kind. The request to make, planning to enter the Crystal Tower to learn more of its history. Reveal it strictly confidentially. We're urged to get up. Panic would. Ferocious beasts and bizarre roam the hallways. The Exarch has orders to seek your aid in making the tower safe for. Yep, cool. Prior experience may prove beneficial. Come, let us proceed to the entrance. Alright, so that's probably introducing, like... By the time you... Okay, so that's introducing something else. I'm just collecting all the different boutiques that I can along the way.
Oh yeah, you may run into one. Gonna have a lot of fun with.
In the middle of nowhere, minstrel from another mother. Oh, that one must be the thing to unlock the minstrel ballad for things.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's a few places I need to like click on and such. Oh, look who it is! Look who it is!
Yep.
There he is. There he is. Look at him in his fucking Santa suit.
I'll be right back. Cat's fucking over things.
This furry. Like, look, granted, this Matsuo Namikaze, granted, they're just a Rothgar. That's not a guarantee that they're furry, but this furry has been there in so many different occasions, and in the last 2 dungeons I've had to do, they have been there in the dungeon. Who is this? Who is this leopard? Who is this leopard Rothgar? I need... It's gonna be a fucking mystery. Like, probably until the Endwalker of Endwalker. The end of Endwalker. Business with the Crystal Exarch? Yes, business with the Crystal Exarch with me! Me again. Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Good to have you back.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Yes. That is not the craziest thing that's happened in the campaign, mind you. The warriors from this world existed in ghost form, and one of them was responsible for the fact that I didn't explode in light and turned into a Sin Eater as well, thanks to, like, fucking magic.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own.
Yes. Also, I see you retweeted my my Squidward looking out the window MFC post.
Yep.
I scheduled that because I was just seeing are you in Australia or New Zealand?
I'm in North America.
Okay, so you probably have the same feeling whenever there's like furry conventions going off in States, Canada, Mexico, or anywhere else. But in Australia, we do not have that many cons, and the biggest one is Furdu that goes off in April. That I'm going to be going to Furdu in April, but there was one this weekend that was based in Melbourne, and there are a lot of furries that I'm friends with, and a lot of them are not in Brisbane. Or Queensland, sorry. They're all in Melbourne and shit. Or they are artists themselves, and when you're a furry artist, you're just sort of, contractually obligated to your own business to be like, yes, I must go to the furry conventions, because if I don't, they won't know I exist. So I'm seeing some people being like, we're going to MFC, and it's like, here's a DJ night, here's us in costume, and I was just like, I want to do that.
And your soul is the densest of them all.
So if you have to go to a con in person.
It is, if you're going by yourself, like lonely self, it is going to be a bit of a harrowing experience, like a first day at school sort of thing, except you don't get the benefit of, you know, going into a classroom forced to be, you know, communicating with about 30 people to find who you like kind of thing. It's like going to your first day of school, but all you have is recess to go off of. Everyone already has their cliques, so it's really difficult if you don't have like a, you know, a number of friends that are there to hang out with and such. I did that for my very first, when I went to Furdu for the first time. I knew like 2 or 3 people, like at most, that were going there, and many of them were like sort of busy with their own group, or they were, you know, or they were at like the dealer's den, so that was their day, like a majority of the time. And here I was, where I was like, I am bored out of my mind, and I have no idea who any of these people are. I am introverted as fuck. You're not gonna find me being able to, you know, jump in and feel natural and trying to join into a group and such. So the second time I joined, this was after like about a year of doing streaming and shit. There was a lot more people I knew, but the thing is that, again, it was the same sort of issue where a lot of them like kind of had their own clique, and a number of them were also like kind of busy either with the dealer's den or with something else entirely different. So one of the things I need to figure out as we get closer and closer, because we're like 2 months away from Furdu, is I think I'm gonna have to like sort of be a little bit more point blank and be like, I know there's a Telegram group outside of Furdu that you guys are communicating on. Can I please join in on this Telegram group?
Yeah, I had a similar experience with Frowdy Aqua. Just knew a few people, just
as I said before,
didn't really know where else to go.
Skies over Northrend would still be awash with light. The realm yet at the mercy
I feel like
of
the virality, the whole VR con space, that one is a little bit better. I feel like there's a way too much, however, of it is like, oh, it's sort of, you know, compacted into these like hour-long segments of like different instances and such, and I feel like that one you have less likely of a chance of like organically finding new friends to be hanging out with for several hours is the problem. And and VR already has this issue of most of the time, if you are going to be, you know, hanging out in VR with friends, and they're like friends where it's like, oh, it's agnostic to the topic in the channel, you're more likely gonna just hang out with them outside of the pretense of a furry convention. So yeah, but that's more of a case, that's just a shortcoming that VR chat doesn't really have a good system for being like, oh, here's approximately a couple thousand furries that might want to hang out with peeps. Instead, it's a case of, oh, we have a room that can hold, like, I think 60 to 100 people or something like that, and we're going to keep this up for an hour because of, like, you know, this invite code, but in the next hour, we're going to open up a new room, and it's going to be for this group, and yada yada. So, gotta go sleep, gotta get up in a few hours to clean the entire house. Not to worry, Fairy Cures. Thank you for joining in on the stream. I really appreciate it. So, yeah.
After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Don't be sad about fur cons. We have our own party here. Well, yeah, a party of 2, me and Zarek. No, I'm not upset about, I'm not sad about fur cons or anything like that. It was just, I very, like, the reason, I still like them, and I find each time I've gone to one, I've had a learning experience. Sometimes the learning experience is unfortunately being the same as the first one, which is, oh god, I gotta get a lot more friends in my furry circles that I'm actually comfortable, like, you know, being one-on-one and, you know, physically with and shit. But, I don't know. Like, small things like that, so it's fun being a full-grown adult where you have to make your friendships and have them not tied to work or education. Totally not a fucking internal screaming kind of moment.
As for your friends, I cannot agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
Very curious, decided to bunk me on the head.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change.
Bonker.
You have like 2 or 3 really good friends you can rely on the 50 quote-unquote friends that you know. Yeah,
I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry
sort of,
young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and
the
testing.
thing I have is, there are some friends I have where it's like, I have only communicated with them on the internet, quite frankly, but they are really good friends on the internet. I don't know how they would be in real life. And then there are some people that are like, you know, really great at in real life that I don't have the benefit of seeing as often as I do my internet friends. So, and when I go to these fur cons, I'm in this weird, like, sort of anti-Venn diagram where it's like, these aren't, you know, these aren't like IRL friends that I'm really strongly looking forward to seeing, and we are able to like catch up really quickly, and I don't have the benefit of a lot of my internet friends to, you know, meet up and have the conversations and what have you. It's a bit of a funky spectrum of like what are friends and like what are the best means of communicating with them and such like that, and it gets funky when it's like, oh, we're in a con space where everyone has like their friends there as well, or they might either be interested in meeting new people, or they're more interested in meeting their existing friends. So because I've met people at the FurCon for like the first time. Like Trumpet Collins was how I first met. Furdu last year was how I met Trumpet Collins for the first time, and there was a Twitch meetup panel that was created by Mutasaur. Hopefully there's going to be another Twitch meetup. I put my application in to do one because Mutasaur wasn't going to do another one because she was already busy with Dealer's Den and shit, so... But they said, oh, like, we looked at your application. Unfortunately, there's something similar also going forward, so we're not going with yours. And it's just sort of a case of, oh, okay, well... So, but I know Kusaki and Scribbly Noodle were going to do one, which makes me curious because, like, I understand Kusaki doing it, but they're a DJ and shit, so... Like, the contractual need for them to do something at the con is, like, very much a nighttime related thing. But I feel like Scribbly Noodle, if he isn't going to Furdu as an artist, totally makes sense. But if he's going to Furdu as an artist, then he's going to have the same issues that Mutasaur had when she made the Twitch meetup last year, which is you're going to be stuck doing two sort of things, and one of them is not really affording you a lot of free time unless you're really comfortable with just delegating shit because you don't feel the necessity to stand in your booth to be like, hey, this is my art. So yeah, man, this has been a bit of a nice chatty sort of thing. I keep looking at my like on the left when I'm talking to chat, and I'm like seeing the peripheral vision of like all this fucking blue, and I'm like, oh no, did Xerix disconnect from the Discord? But then when I do a greater focus, I see the heterochromia, and it's like, oh no, Xerix is right there. You blend into the fucking crystal tower, and I'm just sort of like, where is he? Oh, there he is. Just having a moment of just like, where did he go?
Natural camouflage, yeah, it's best.
Yeah, look at this chat. Would you know, like, if I covered up his eyes or something like that, would you have seen fucking Eric's in the fucking crystal tower? Like, look at this. Like, I'm gonna put him like here, and let me just like find Xerix. Don't say when you start like chuckling and shit like that, you go really blue, and we kind of have a better time. But like, look at this. Like, could you see him? If it, like, what about here? But then when you put him like, I don't know, maybe here. Then let's see. What's it like when I go home? Let's see. Oh, you can't look straight up. That's annoying. I thought you would be able to look straight up. Tall. What do you mean tall? Oh, the room is very tall. When I only communicate with them on the internet, I rather see them as chat buddy friends. Feels like a label that holds a heavy load Specifically since some friends of me had backstab, so I'm careful with calling people friends. Ah, okay. Your guest avatar is cute with the colored eyes. This is the heterochromia is exactly how I'm able to be like, yep, nope, they're still there. I need a pinpoint on the heterochromia. Hi there, Jason. How was your tea? How was your tea time, good sir?
I'm sorry, Zeebs, but telling a hyena not to chuckle for even a little bit is like asking people to stop breathing.
Cookie for Jason for your tea. Cookie. Tea was very nice, he says. You have spun quite a tale. By telling me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? Tea with only... No, you can have cookies with tea.
Yeah.
Cookies and biscuit you can put in tea. I feel like that's an like... Alright, you ready? You ready for something? I reckon you can put an Oreo into tea or coffee.
No, definitely not an Oreo.
Look, you can, okay? You can put an Oreo in tea or coffee, because here's the thing: the Oreo already has like the union of like you can dunk an Oreo in milk and have that. It's not that big of a leap going from Oreos and milk to a fucking coffee or tea, okay? It is... I feel like it would work. Everyone's talking about the Tim Tam Slam when it comes to like fucking like coffees and things. I reckon you can do an Oreo with your hot beverage. You can also have...
sorry, with durians.
Durian and tea. Wait, durian, isn't that like the Southeast Asian fruit thing?
It's the smelliest fruit alive.
Yes, it is that. The durian. It's a unique tropical fruit popular in Southeast Asia, where it's nicknamed the King of Fruits.
More like the King of Smells. Ugh.
I feel good. It sounds like, well, you tried. Just got a feel-good hug from... No. So the feel-good hug is just like that, you know that Wojak like look where it's the guy's getting a hug and it's just like, I needed this. It's that kind of a hug. When I was a kid on school camp, I always put my French baguette slices in my soda. No. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about sodas. I don't know how I feel about sodas mixing with things because of the carbon.
Yeah, the carbonation kind of throws things off.
Yeah, like it's because like you do it with ice cream, and it's like the reason it kind of works with ice cream is because the ice cream is able to like take on all the carbon and shit, so it doesn't turn into like just curdled milk. So that's the issue when you have pilk is. You need, like, look, it's one of those weird things where you kind of have to have it quickly, so it tastes like, you know, a spider or a root beer float. But here's the problem. Like, off milk is when it's, like, you know, got, like, the whole carbon dioxide, like, elements that are going off in it and shit. So... like, so when you put, like, you know, fucking, like, you know, instant milk mix into, like, say, sparkling water or something, you are, like, instantaneously going through the very quick process of curdling your milk without it going into actual milk cuds or cheese. For almost 2 weeks now. Hey, nice work, Head! 2 weeks is really good. I have gone 6 hours without soda. Yay for me. Smells into the state of dormancy. I'm just sort of like reading this in my head because it's like just we're having a very fun conversation in the background. And who knows? Maybe people aren't actually reading this thing. Candle snuffed out, relayed on whim. Sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and the resulting surf of aether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husk like these poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by sin eaters, their aether made stagnant by the light. Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Might be able to... I might or I might not, but I don't know for sure until I have seen their conditions firsthand. Ugh. Then I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Hang on, nose. There we go. See no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests, I will assist Urianger in creating the authorized. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Beg Lug as requested? We'll do. We will do the thing. We will do the important stuff. Let us make for our meringue. Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Hey, Bookie. You can put a cookie in tea, right? You can put an Oreo in tea, right? Getting out of the ocular. Alright, so he's not here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna click on this blue tick real quick. An Oreo and yes, I said an Oreo and tea.
And coffee.
Tea or
For me,
coffee.
tea also means dinner, lol.
Okay, that makes no sense. Why would you? No, tea. Like tea cannot mean dinner. Okay, dinner is dinner. You can't just be like, oh, tea.
Yeah, a tea is like a drink for dinner.
Well, no, tea is more for after dinner, technically speaking. Like, if you're going with, like, the original, like, the Brits being all loity-doity, the point was that you'd have, like, your breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, supper, tea. That's how it goes. I don't see the problem or see anything from stopping you, so yes, you can put Oreo in tea. Nice. And you got KFC. Right. Oh, Quaggles. Did Quaggles introduce you to the... Okay, so, Zarek, to give you a little bit of context. Bookie is now housemates with my old housemate, Quaggles. And here's the thing. Quaggles is frugal, okay? Yes, so, to put into context, I'm very, he doesn't like giving gifts. He doesn't like gift giving. I think this is funny, so when his birthday or Christmas rolls around, sometimes I try to give him a gift, and it's just a bit funny, because he's like, I don't want to get you anything, and it's like, that's fine. Quaggles did say they do a KFC night once a week or so. Yeah, so yeah, he doesn't like gift giving. So when it comes to KFC, they're trying to, get as much bang for their buck. Now, obviously, the best bang for your buck is you go for, those combination boxed meal deals, where it's burgers and the wings with the chips and the number of drinks or yada yada, and it's one equal price. Here's the thing, however. More often than not, it's an odd number of things in there and such, so it's not an equal cut of splitting down the middle, we pay for half or something like that. There is a chalkboard out there in their place where it tallies what you've eaten from the thingy-majiggy, because each of the different items has a different price, so to speak. And so the money isn't divided as an easy half and half. It's divided as a okay, so you took on a box of chips, you forego the wings for the burger, which means you owe us this. And then another person's all right, they didn't get the chips, but they went for a burger and a thing, so they go for this. This person stacked up the burger. There's a whole and here's the thing. Quaggles doesn't need to do that. Quaggles, for some reason, is frugal, but it's like, you don't need to, Quaggles. You could very easily just be the good Samaritan that's just like, my treat, and then you get the next one, or something like that. Like, the whole dividing up shit is just, I don't know, just... Wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm going all the way over here. Why was I gonna, like, do the long walk? Jesus. Usually when I offer anything, I pay for it. Yeah, exactly. Like, there isn't this... Yeah. Oh, it's just so funny. Like, just the... Some of the frugal shit that happens. And... Like, he shops at an IGA, which... Or, this isn't even an IGA anymore where he is. And so, a lot of the stuff is a little more expensive than normal. And... Just hearing you be like, oh, we went to the KFC, I was just like, oh, it's coming back to me, all these fucking adventures and these weird nuances with the order. Because here's the thing, I'm a hungry fucker. I will just purchase the entire fucking KFC thing if I want to.
Oh, Bookie and, Z, did you two see the, Cheesa?
Oh, yes. Cheesa! The, so, basically, okay, if you... It was posted on Twitter. I don't know if it's a thing in Australia, because Dextero is, like, very much an American news thingy. But there is the whole, oh, here's a pizza, but instead of a pizza base with, like, dough and shit, it's crumb chicken. There's technically already a thing for that. It's called a chicken parmesan.
Yeah.
So, it's a bit of a fucked up chicken parmesan, because instead of it being marinara and, like, a slice of ham, it's crumb chicken as a base? Yes, hang on a second. Hang on. Cheese. Here we go. It debuted in the Philippines in 2015 and will be entering Australia in the United States on February 26. All right. Here it is. Oh my god. You see it? You see it? I love how it's Hawaiian pizza who's just like, freedom! This is like, look, Australia does not do a lot of American shit, but I was surprised that the HSP was not something that was done in America yet. Like, you have cheese fries, but you've not gone the HSP route. But despite that, you do this shit. Now, let me show you a chicken... Let me show you what a chicken parmesan is. So, and also there's restaurants for this shit as well. So give me a second, save the image. And then ding. So there's your KFC. And then I go to my downloads and then where's the image? There's the image. Just let me, there we go. This is a chicken parmesan. Now, the chicken, like, it's got the marinara. Now, sometimes it's just the cheese. So it's just the crumb chicken. And, like, look, the crumb chicken isn't, like, a massive amount like it is the KFC one. But, yeah, like, sometimes it's just the marinara and cheese. Other times it's a marinara with a slice of ham and cheese. And then one time I've seen marinara, tomato slice, and cheese.
Really?
Yeah. Like, there's a whole, there's, like, the chicken parmesan has, like, a different, like, has all kinds of, like, alternatives you can go for and such. But essentially what KFC has done is a bastardization of a chicken parmesan by turning it into a cheesa.
Yeah, and now we're just gonna fully expect that to become the new, oh, so this chicken parmesan is just copying this, is he copying the cheese up?
It tastes good too. Wait, what do you mean it tastes good? Are you talking about the chicken parmesan, Jason, or are you talking about the cheese? Hang on, the cheese is not on frame. Hang on. The cheese. The chicken parmesan. Oh, okay, the chicken parmesan. Cool. Yeah, fair enough. Look, chicken parmesan's good, all right? You don't. Here's like, who made the chicken parmesan? Because it wasn't Australians. Chicken parmesan. Let me have a look.
It was apparently a North American dish.
Originated in the Italian diaspora in the United States during the early... Yes! Let's go! America, baby!
Huh.
Yes!
Then Australia adopted it.
I don't give a shit. America #1! The Americans made the chicken parmesan!
Oh, wait a minute. So, wait a minute, did North America and Australia have the same exact idea and the same exact year?
Possibly, because don't forget, like, Australia was also taking in immigrants at the time as well. They've pointed out that this chicken parmesan is like, Italian diaspora, which is, yeah, the large-scale emigration of Italians from Italy. So, like, they spread out during the 1940s, 1950s because of, you know, fucking Mussolini shit. So, yeah, there was, like, a recipe in the 1950s, offered in Adelaide in 1953. New York Herald Tribune pointed in 1953. So, yeah, this came from Italians. I wonder, then, what is it a derivative of? Aside from the... Okay, so there is a Parmesan or something like that from Italy. A dish that uses bread egg slices instead of chicken. Though there are other dishes similar in Italy that use meats. A carne pizzaiola is derived from the Neapolitan tradition that features meat topped with cheese and often cooked with tomatoes. So yeah, so it's come around and shit. Well, I mostly marinated the chicken in a mix of soy sauce, garlic, onion. Oh god, that's a lot of ingredients. Also.
Oh.
Ah. Sounds flavorful for sure. You might try this chicken pizza once. I'll be real with you. If there is an opportunity to try it in Australia, I'm probably going to try it at least once. Because... Go on.
Can't properly try it if you judge it until you try it.
Well, you gotta try it. You can judge it when you try it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Etheric balance leans perilously towards the light. Oh yeah, it's this blank kid. What do we suppose will happen? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as old poor souls corrupted by the light. You'll become a sin-eater. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... And perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patient. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic that would temporarily stimulate the aether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Vobert, and then for darker purposes. Lest it fell into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it, but for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Alright, should be good, should be good, should be good. Alrighty. So we gotta treat the patients with tonic.
Oh.
I don't think it'll kill them. We're very far into the Tonic has made no effect. Okay, so someone's got a little bit of effect. Hello. There's your cool dog. No.
Yeah, it's I think you get this from no. That was from. I think this is the one you get from Lakshmi.
From who?
Lakshmi, the goddess that makes everyone that follow as it becomes devotees of her and dotes on her.
Oh, the snake lady you're talking about?
Not the snake. She's not a snake, but she is the goddess of that tribe.
Yep, I know who you're talking about. Ah, excuse me. I was about to go to sleep. Thanks, Zeebs, for the sign language cookie. Now then, have you noticed any changes in the patient? A noticeable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time, but this holds true only for their corporeal ether. The incorporeal ether, that is of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance that he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years. Decades, even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence. The opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it would be possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it's impossible that in treating them we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. Ooh, roast beef. I'll take the roast beef. Alright, next mission. I gotta try and get through as many of these as I can in our short 3-hour window. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Vorbert, and that the Soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administer to the patient here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. And now you have a chance to redeem yourself. That I do. A comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal aether. Do you think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation about the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with whatever it is that needs to be done if it's all the same to you. Whatever regions must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. Me just nodding my way. Admire the spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. the purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Numoi of Plaunini. They will be able to supply you with the water suitable for our needs. Right. Well, let's get this over with. Shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Cool, we're getting mud. Just silly, stupid mud. Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? I'll ask the miners at the Twine. Ah, yes, they'll be able to point you in the right direction, I am sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there is aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Alrighty. We are heading there. Look at the little boy! Look at our asbestos boy! So cute. Watch, he's gonna stick his tongue out in the wind. Watch, he's gonna stick his tongue out in the wind. Look at him sticking his tongue out in the wind.
I honestly love that.
He's just so precious. One of the few times I've gone into the fucking item mall for something non-essential, and I'm just like, give it to me. Give it to me.
What?
Alright. Oop, yeah. Nope, not far enough. Hang on.
You know, there's one collab that I kind of hope that Capcom and Square Enix would do for 14.
What was it?
If there's a collab that I'm kind of hoping that Capcom and Square Enix would do if they ever decide to work together again on it. I heard that there might be an Okami sequel coming out if Capcom is invested in it.
Okami is the painted looking dog, right?
Mm-hmm. Amaterasu, or everyone calls her Amy.
Amy. Just finished, just this moment, finished repairing the Talos and trolley you lot took to Namarang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had to visit for Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai Nuz. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley! But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jerky, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Grant here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need? Clay. I am looking for clay and mud and funky things. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking around somewhere or another, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Biren mines to make adobe bricks. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. Nice. I keep looking to, like, and I have, like, a little smudge on, like, my screen, and I keep thinking, like, that's a weird artifacting nonsense, like, right here on my model, and I'm, like, always just wanting to be, like, just trying to wipe it off the shirt. Alright, ding, dong. Next location is here. Excuse me. Alright, let's go for the motorcycle. The Gunbreaker actually looks well suited for the Final Fantasy VII motorcycle.
Oh, definitely.
It has that, you know, future fantasy kind of vibe to it. All right. Screw you, Porky. It's in my way. There we go. Alrighty, so first location. Oh my god, the interacting is so slow. What the hell?
Yeah.
Alright, so we found one piece of clay. Two pieces of clay. Oh, no. Not the wind-up cursor. And 3 pieces of clay. Oh. Oh my god, this thing is fucking crazy. Nice work.
Oh, like, basically the opposite element of you.
There we go. Oh yeah, this one gives just like the classic Final Fantasy noises.
Yeah, which is
That's fine. Like, I haven't done a lot of the, like, because I know like this thing came from like the, you know, the anniversary optional quest thing, where it's like you got Yoshi P giving you thanks, which, you know, is always cute. It's always cool to have.
It really is.
So I quite like it. Plus, there's going to be the fact that, like, we're going to have the Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy 16 crossover event sometime in the future.
Yep.
So we're probably
really looking forward.
More Phoenix stuff then, too.
Maybe.
I have not finished 16, though. I tried getting into it. I did. I tried doing it on stream. It just... Everyone was trying to get, like, was kind of hyped for, oh, it was going to be very Devil May Cry-y, and I was like, no, it doesn't have that. Like, it has, like, the barest minimum. It doesn't have, like, the crazy amount of combos you can do from your basic, like, 1, 2, 3 kind of unlocks and such, and it looked like the progression path was just going to be a JRPG slog. And the story just wasn't hitting it for me because of the whole Game of Thrones-y vibe to it, and I was like, that's not why yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll revisit it another time and it won't feel like such a problem, but my experience with it was like, it didn't make me enthusiastic for it. Not like Final Fantasy 15 when I first played it, or Final Fantasy 7 Remake for a little bit. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament. But no. Also, Jason is wondering how your day or evening has been going. Because it's like the middle of the night for you, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's going okay, I guess.
You're hanging out with me, your favorite zebra.
It's...
I am your
getting a
favorite zebra,
chance
right?
to finally relax. You're the only zebra I know.
That means I'm your favorite. There's no others.
Yeah.
I win. Yep, cool. Me, favorite, confirmed. I'm the favorite. We need but combine the clay and the water, heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern, and after that, it will be a simple matter of setting upon a suitable form and performing a necessary incantation. In the event that we have need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform it in the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them, if it could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhaps you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state combined with a strong desire to help them can drastically increase the magic's effect, and you are plainly more familiar with these people than I am. I dare say, there are few in all of Norveron more dedicated to finding the cure. Is that not so? Absolutely, she's the best woman for the job. I'll give it my all. Then, we are all of a mind on the matter. Alize shall be the one to conjure up the familiar. Yeah. Oop.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy.
The fuck is a porksy?
Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
Oh, a pig. They're talking about a pig.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
Pork.
There we are. How's that?
That is terrible.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Creative. Oh yeah, Alphino's a fucking artist. He's gonna like one-up her if
Yes,
he
yes,
could.
I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality.
It's gonna turn a very
Which
ugly
is why the
tale.
only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Hey, it worked.
Not bad for a first attempt.
Looks like a pig.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother... I...
Oh. That seemed like quite a bit. Although he doesn't look any different. Really hope that kid doesn't remember all he's seen. Well, it sounds like that they're not supposed to. Like, because the soul is separate from, like, the body that's recording the experiences and all that kind of such. So, maybe Halaric will have, like, some weird, like, you know, habit or instinct, but he's not gonna have, like, a full memory, I don't think. Plus, we now have, like, just a random flying pig. How is he, Beglug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling's familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I wasn't so exhausted. I guess it has to be, like, multiple sessions of, like, forcing the soul to, like, express itself. But they can't, like, do it too much, because then it's just, you know, reliant on the expression. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Aurosite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Beglug said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primal, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Gaboo? Exactly. His condition is I don't know who Gaboo is. Who the fuck is Gaboo?
Oh, remember that little kobold that summoned Titan?
Oh. Also, hi there, Sashera. I love it. There's like Gaboo, our little gremlin friend. Okay,
Hey, Sash.
It's a while ago. All right, we didn't have to worry about that shit like since A Realm Reborn. It's a bit of an ask. He watched his parents die and he summoned Titan hard mode. Ah. I'm gonna be real with you. The patch content of A Realm Reborn is, like, fucking blank for me.
Fair.
His condition is uncannily similar to how... Oh, Gabu was Stormblood? What? But Titan is in fucking A Realm Reborn, wasn't he?
No, because we did go back and revisit some stuff.
What? Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? Me, minutes ago, not knowing who they were talking about, and then me all of a sudden just divulging exactly as if I knew. His condition does sound similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here. Work requires patience. Of course, and as long as there's hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Beglog and see if you can't make some more headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. We then checked on them in Stormblood. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna Google this. Gubu. FF14. Gabu. Gabu. Alright, so... young kobold who became fond of Alize. He was traumatized by the summoning of Titan and tempered to the primal. The Warrior of Light, check on Gabu. Alize apologized for not coming to visit him before and was saddened to see that Gabu had yet to show signs of recovery. He remained one of her driving forces of determination. Seizing... While sharing the same form as beheld the sight of his slain parents. He had arrived too late as they were unresponsive to his cries. Falling into despair, he summoned through the crystals the kobolds had gathered. While the same form as previous summons, temperament was shaped by Gabu, now lashing out at everyone while crying for his parents. Gabu was about to be struck by his own creation until Alphino stopped him and was teleported to safety. Though the Warrior of Light defeated the Primal, the traumatic experience and the Primal's influence had fractured Gabu's mind, and he had become unresponsive. Due to having summoned Titan and likely being exposed to the iconic influence, Maelstrom and Lieutenant suggested killing him. Alize protested and wanted him taken in for therapy and helped recover. Before they departed, Alize asked Gabu to keep fighting and stay strong as she related to losing loved ones. He weakly promised to do so for her before falling back into his tempered silence. Okay. I'm gonna be real, I don't remember any of that. Like, I barely have the visual in my mind of Gabu, like, you know, with the crystals around him and shit, and it does, like, the cutscene where it shows the crystals in the crates. But that's it.
Mm.
I don't have a strong memory of... Oh, hey, it's, what's Mahuzi? Kaiser. There's trouble back in Ulmore. Lady Chai is beside herself, sighing, pacing the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. We are going to check on the little lady. I take it I'll be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do here. Thank you. Dun 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 dun. Sorry for bothering you and all, but she says the future of Ulmore is at stake. Oh, the future of Ulmore, is it? Nice work, 73%. Alrighty, you. Ooh, we can get ourselves a pixie berry tea. Oh, you're just on there. Lady Chai is up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting. Vegan Ulmar. Oh my goodness, if only there was a way I could just teleport with no troubles at all. 66% cute. 3% away from 69. Only... Yes! Little gremlin. Little fox gremlin you. 66%, okay? Alright. Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. We are going to see Lady Chai. We're gonna see the little petite lady. We're gonna go see the little lady and see how she's doing. Bookie had to borrow 7% of it. Lol. In the soup. Wait. Why are all the cat ladies big? What? Okay, rephrase. Why are a lot of the cat ladies big? Why are they not just, you know, small size?
Always life.
Like, they're all, you know. Yeah. I'm gonna regret asking this, but there's Rule 34 of this woman, isn't there?
It's best to ask what isn't there Rule 34 of.
Let's see how.
Oh, thank heavens you're here!
Julia Chai. Let's have Mikote. 13. Okay, so that she's just like situated under quote unquote Mikote, which is like tens of thousands of those results.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
They all spent the last God knows how many years living in a life of literal luxury. They haven't had to work a single day of their lives. So why do we have billionaires fucking jacked? Why is Jeff Bezos jacked? There is no reason for that. Elon is just a little bit portly, but then you have fucking Mark Zuckerberg being a Brazilian jiu-jitsu fucking crazy man. Mommy Chai needs a hug. You go give her a hug if you want. Your cries for a hug cannot be heard from here.
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
Okay, that's a valid reason to call us.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Golg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
Oh, did you, like, do an election and you didn't even tell him he was a candidate or something?
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see.
Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie.
After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well, no one wanted such responsibility.
Oh, woe is us, a life of luxury, and the harsh reality is we must govern. Oh, whoa, how are we ever going to govern?
Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
My wrist spun twice? I think I just did it very quickly. Didn't, like, spin very fast.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
Cookie.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him, for shortly after that he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so?
Sash is just
What
crying
about you?
right now. She's just like, don't cry,
What do you think has become of my husband?
I don't know. Whatever it is, he wouldn't have fled. You'll send me a funny DM?
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
We are totally qualified for a missing persons.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Doesn't even join us in the search party. She's just like, oh, my husband. Oh, my husband. What will I ever do without my husband? Give me the tea. I would like some tea. Oh, Sash. Sash. You could put an Oreo in tea. Oh, hang on. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. As I said, Sashera, you can put an Oreo into tea. Much like how you dip a biscuit in your tea, you can dip an Oreo into tea.
I'm back and yeah, it's honestly similar to how Dazzy is saying that acid is a spice or however the hell. I'm sorry, but it...
Oh, okay, no, he's just... Look, Dazzy is trying to come at this with, like, a fucking scientific mindset or what have you. Dazzy's wrong, okay? Because, like, the spice is from the actual, like, chemical composition capsicum, so that's his first mistake. So there's no point in, like, doing the, oh, could it have been because of the acid? It's like, no. Just not right. But no, my take isn't stuck in science. My take is in by the rules of society saying that, oh, you can dip a biscuit in tea. And I was like, well, by that remark, you can dip an Oreo into tea as well.
I'm sorry, but it's, I guess the batter of the cookies is that would make it taste incredibly wrong. I mean, there's not a good type of tea or coffee bean way to make a coffee that would make it taste any less weird.
Well, I don't have to worry about that kind of shit because I'm not a tea drinker. I just say it how it is.
Okay, but a biscuit is prepared in a different way than Oreos.
Like,
they even use different ingredients.
How different is a biscuit to a cookie though? Let's be real. It's there's not that much difference between a biscuit and a cookie, I feel. He said capsicum was a made-up word. No, it's not a fucking made-up word. Why the fuck? Oh, so I'm going the wrong way. I'd happily dip Oreo into a coffee. That would work, but Grant tea? Like, maybe that's... Oh, that person's about to have a fall. Maybe that is the correction. Is that, like... Wait, does biscuit go... Do biscuits go into coffees or teas more?
Well, I guess it depends, because I guess it depends on the coffee and tea, which complements how both are made.
Alright, let's say... Okay, so... They will both have cream, and the coffee will have, like, one sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's your scenario. Now, you get your tea with, like, tea's not good with milk, is it? So, normally they just take the tea, like, raw.
It kind of depends on the tea.
Shane has taught you about the poor living conditions of the downtrodden.
But, yeah.
Stagnant state of business in Ulmor, the perilous state of Ulmor's defenses, and the poor living conditions of the Colusia's downtrodden. Ask Dazzy, I don't know. Look, the first thing that's popping into my head whenever Sashera is like, look, ask the kobold. It's like, I would if he's here, but you're the next best authority on Dazzy things, okay? Because you're like, it's like herding a cat. Or in this case, herding a literal kobold. And apparently the person with, like, the better sway out of, like, everyone that's tried herding the kobold has been you, Sash. Which, let's be real, that's not because you have, like, a high, like, success rate compared to everyone else. It's just that everyone's success rate is so low that yours is just seen as so successful, like, in terms of ranking. How do you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue to his whereabouts? Willing to work with rebuild business. Willing to recruit from the derelicts in the gate. Seeking work. He's offering employment. So, jobs. Everyone's wanting jobs. Interesting. Paid a visit to the queen bee as well. Oh, the queen bee. I know about the queen bee. The question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? We must be close to the end of... How many missions have I done so far? Oh wait, no, that's Endwalker. Post. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so this will be 7. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Ulmor, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Grant, if you would go and make inquiries into Right, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town, I leave to you. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we're finished? Top Rung would seem to me his next most likely destination. Reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled across him by then. If not, we will be well suited to continuing our search. Ding. Dong. In we go.
And the difference between a cookie and a biscuit is that biscuits are basically paired up with savory, are basically buttery and flaky, and they're perfect for savory dishes or indulging in a sweet version with jam. Cookies just are all about sweetness and variety.
You cut off halfway there, you okay?
I think my mic has finally had it.
Ah, sorry to hear that. Cookie for Jason! Are you on one of those, like, headset mics?
Yep.
Yeah. They're not the best, I will be real with you. But the, alright, can I fly here? Yes, I can. Cool. I was worried for a second. So, if you are looking into microphones and such, keep the headset you have right now. Just get a separate microphone, because even, like, for example, I got, like, for $20, you can get, like, this newer, or, like, N-E-E-W-E-R. It's a cheapest chips microphone, and they'll give you a cable that's like, oh, here's a 3.5mm jack to an XLR or something like that. And that will be more than enough to get that microphone plugged in, and it will sound better quality than the headset will.
Yeah, that would also save me quite a bit of money.
Yeah, because, like, even cheap headsets with headphones, like, the microphone is what, like, ups the cost so much, because it's like, oh, you jump from, like, basically a $40 set to a $70 set normally. And the microphones aren't normally really good, and if they are really good, then they up the price even further. So, that's why, like, Audio-Technica, for instance, don't fucking bother with making microphones. They just do the high-quality headsets, and they rely on you to be like, oh, I will get myself, like, a separate microphone.
Yeah, that's honestly a good decision, and honestly, a best decision as well.
Yeah, and what's more is, like, the good news is that because the two items are separate, if one of them breaks, it's like in this case, it's cheaper to do a replacement of one of them instead of both of them. And if there's ever a desire for upgrade, so say, for example, the headphones you get, maybe the driver isn't as large for, you know, really good depth of sound, or maybe it doesn't keep much of a charge because you want to go to wireless, or whatever kind of reason it is, you can purchase a new set of headphones and not be reliant on, you know, the quality of the microphone, or, you know, the requirement of a microphone, because you've got, you know, the one separate.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, so Kaiser and I glenched much the same. He seemed determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. And then you can obviously go for, like, a lot of streamers will go for Elgato microphones as, like, an early one, like the Wave 1 or the Wave 3, or, you know, getting an XLR, because the Elgato software is just such a fucking king when it comes to streaming setups and what have you, because they'll do, like, the multiple audio channels. You can apply VSTs to your microphone, so if you don't want to do, like, voice mod to do, like, crazy things to your voice when it's just for small adjustments, you then just use Elgato's software to do the small adjustments, like a compressor and EQ and such. I need to look into doing some EQ stuff again with my microphone, because, you know, Wavelink is updated and such, and plus, I want to have, like, a little bit of professional help when it comes to, like, you know, setting up the microphone for to have as my best quality as possible when it comes to streaming. Because, you know, low quality visuals are not a deal breaker, but low quality, hey, there he is. Oh, hey, there's fucking, where is it? There it is. Ibanard. Alright, so 3 open, Fallen Ace, A rank 1 slide can flip an A. When verse is in play, a rank A side will flip a 1. Alright, so, wait, so a rank 1 side can flip an A. Okay, I see what it's talking about. Alright, yep. We're gonna go, let's go with this one. This one's a favorite one. Here we go, chat. This is how you play. Alright, let's go for... Nothing can do aboves, which is annoying, and I can do to the right. Fuck it. Let's see how we go with Estinian. Oh, you done fucked up. I put Hachafont there. And then throw you there. Oh, that was silly of you. Because then I can just do... I can grab you. And I still win. And I didn't get a card from you, bastard. If I wasn't streaming, I would be playing until I got a card. Chai nuts! Hello. Grant, Alphino, Kaiser, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We have been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. When she gets an idea in her... I can only apologize. Alright, Sash... You telling me that you were still going to go hug Dulia because she overreacted? He left a letter. There is no fault to this man. He left a letter. She made it sound like as if he just fucking dipped and was just like, oh no! Where could he have gone? If only there was something to help me. He left a note. No harm done, Master Chai. But since we are here, might I ask you what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Calusia. That much is true. But I am by no means sure I can be the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe such resources could be found here? Mm-hmm. Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. From what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he be required convincing. We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. She is a pure and sweet innocent being who loves her husband so much, but she doesn't read his letters? She doesn't read his letters? She doesn't, like, you know, get, like, like...
In fairness, it could be a case where she could have knocked it over, or he could have knocked it over, and it just fell into a place that nobody could have found it easily.
Nah, she just negligent. She just, you know, she not thinky a lot. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it to Ulmore, but that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil, more like. Anyways, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most of my days in a daze. But you've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it! You've got this lot of, Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could marrying be? You're going to steer Ulmore to a better future. I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together! I like Hawaiian pizzas like little bug. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Ulmor needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I am here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? And are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisory to Valthry's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one would say Rendon was the left, and between them, they kept Ulmor on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. That is honestly like a really good take of like a businessman going into like the political field. I don't have too big of an issue. Like, in American politics, it's bad news when a businessman goes into government, because every businessman thinks, oh, if you run the government like a business, then everything gets better. No, it doesn't. The whole point of the government is not to make a tidy profit and then, you know, use that money elsewhere, because the point of the government is that there is no profit. There is only the use of the funds that have been delegated by the public to help serve the public. If you don't like, if you're not using enough of the funds, then the tax needs to go down. If you don't have enough funds, then you have to reallocate or ask for more money. And you have to like, and it's a tightrope trying to convince the people of whether or not they need to do one thing or the other. And you have to like, you know, make your argument and set yourself. And that's not something a businessman does. That's something a leader does, which is not the same thing. Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristol then. As I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he'd be willing to talk to us. Alright, so we gotta go talk to Tristol over here. Greetings, friend, and to you, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask about Rendon. Couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Valthry gone, Ulmor wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendell's counsel, in the hope that we could build a better Ulmor together. And that is still my wish. But given how abominably you are mistreated here, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Ulmor, and I would not see you suffer for Valthry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendell can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Ulmor's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those things go. Master Chai, be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Ulmor has the resolute to change. The resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. Good for him. Good for him. I need to double check how many missions I've got. Alright. Ding. This way. Hey, did you get this one? The Rhino one?
Nah, I am not a fan of parkour, so the Fall Guys event did not appeal to me at all.
Nah, understandable. Fair enough. Like, with me, yeah. I had a little bit of trouble because, you know, 300 millisecond ping normally with a lot of those things, but at one point I was finally able to get enough, so.
Oh, and apparently people were using scripts to beat the game.
Well, it's you again.
Yeah, well, that's parkour shit.
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
Oh, hi, Wendell, you piece of shit.
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vorthry's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
Assert yourself.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
One that he wants to be proud of.
I can offer no simple answer to that question.
You have to. Wendell is a fucking conservative ass.
But this much I will say.
Yes, come on, get him.
It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course, content to, as you say, wallow in indolence, in ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office. You would? You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
There we go. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? Hi there, Kiaru. You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Ulmore now faces. I assume you will agree. Therefore, the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes. Meal became neither a desirable nor less sustainable option. I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not likely to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. Combinations of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and the other that of production. Go on. For the present, Ulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would allow us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuff must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relationships with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and more importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My. Think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Ulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinas. I have? Well, that is a relief. You haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Rendell, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plan could be put into effect. Well, as the heir of Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Yay! I am going to give myself beef. Also, hi there, Kiaru. Hope you're having a wonderful time. How's it going? Dink. Looking to steely determined is only slightly undermined by the knocking of his knees. Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time and simply don't have, which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Pelusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at the top rung. Come with me. Alright, hopefully we'll... How far away am I from... Finding good... Okay, so I need to go through Finding Good Help, which is this right now. Alright, so we got 3 more visions to do.
Awesome.
Hopefully we'll be able to get through that. Oh my god, there's more ticks up here. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. A lot of cutscenes. Old memory hasn't let me down. The chest contains canisters filled with something power causing the aether. We only need within throwing distance of one and let it fly. Disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough manner to get them to march to Ulmor. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Even if the Talosaine's a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That as may be, Kaiser, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said. Hear, hear. Dun. Should be going without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to seeing the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaiser says, these lands are dangerous, and if one is not careful, I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beast that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue to Talos. Understood? Ah, yes, another I spy with my little eye game to do.
I'll have to hop off here, Zeebs.
No, not to worry. It's okay. Understandable. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for like you were able to join in with me for the dungeon that was at the start of this thing, so I really appreciate that.
Mhm.
So I hope you have a good sleep, and you have a good night.
You too, and definitely gonna try and hopefully stay longer next time. See ya.
Bye. And I am now all alone. I must now do this thing. I will have no distractions. Okay, cool. It wasn't gonna fall backwards. It would have been a bit of a problem if it did. I'm glad I don't have to go into, like, fighting in, like, instances or anything like that for this one. It is quite literally just like, oh, wait for no one to be looking at him. Although, knowing our luck, if he's saying leave the next one to me, it means we are about to fail, and I am going to need to get him out of trouble. Unless he's going to try and throw a... Oh, he's not going to throw a Help Me from there. Nope, nope. He proved successful. Worked. Nice. Dun 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 dun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hopefully it doesn't take us like a month and a bit to get through that. I can do another like all-day Saturday thing to try and get through multiple patches, I suppose. Woo! We got the music. Oh, I thought they were gonna do like the full music, but instead they just wanted to do the Can scarcely believe it was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. He did it. And now we gotta move on. We got precious time to deal with here. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. You plan to replenish Ulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by your extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next male of Ulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Ulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I shall have no doubt they will lead with their support. It would seem Ulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? I would agree. Probably head back after you tinker with the Talos. Yeah, he's gotta go tell his wife he hasn't ran away. He's gotta make sure she's not upset because she can't read. She's gotta get told he's fine, but there's nothing to worry about.
Right. Right then. Form a line and make for Ulmore.
On our way.
What's that noise?
It's just like, Talos!
Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
It's okay. It's okay. It's us. We're able to get some Talos. It's really cool. I swear we're not gonna use it to make a new, like, secret police state or anything like that.
Stay back! All of you!
Oh, look, there she is. There's the pudgy lady. There's the pudgy wife.
Is that?
Look at him. Look at that Chad wall. He's just like,
you're back.
Absolute deserves the applaud and everything that comes with it.
But of course I'm back. You didn't.
Dearest, I can't.
Oh my god. This is why you love her, isn't it?
Dear.
She can kill her husband. Look, he's fucking dead. It's all her fault. She killed her husband. Ridiculous.
Oh, thank you.
Thank goodness we had a scholar with
Sorry,
us.
my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand?
She's a precious bean, okay? She's a fucking...
Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth.
She is
Only
a
left to
stacked
enlist the
house.
aid
She
of
is
the
not a
former
precious
mayor's
little
senior
bean.
advisor.
Oh, hey, the sun's coming up.
And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Good work.
Oh, how wonderful!
I still have 2 more missions to go, unfortunately, before I'm done with this patch, and I want to get done with this patch before I go to bed. Aww, they love each other. Hopefully she doesn't break his back this time. Not again!
Dearest, please!
Just like, look at you, he's just like, ah! He's just like fucking flailing his arms, just like, ah! Ridiculous. Alrighty. Quite a reception. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos have seized the public attention. Yep, cool. Good company. Hey, we got ourselves a little... No need to fret, Grant. I have never felt better. Not at all. And not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Ilmord. As for where to do it, if we're accompanying everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emirate. Well then, go and spread the word among the civilians. Alright, cool. So we're just going to be telling all kinds of people, like, where to go for the speech and such. Expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Might as well see through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Oh joy, it's not like I haven't been here before. Moving forward into Ulmor, over to into Ulmor. I'm just imagining Sashera just sort of screaming at her screen of just like, she's a precious bean! Just like a fucking, like, whenever any man sees fucking Ryan Gosling, he just like me! For real! Master Chai, yep, cool. Up we go! Speech! Speech! Oh, it's this place. Yeah, this place is kind of big. It should be able to... It holds a little man baby. It's going to be able to hold an audience. Should be easy enough.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around?
Uh-huh.
'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthree's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthree. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
Some people had some thoughts about that.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Yay! Yeah, there he is! So we should be able to hand in... Oh, wrong person. There we go, this person we need to talk to. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirring them to action, I hope. If I had learned anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Umorians can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of those changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone in which the city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you even given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergent terrorist. It's too big, for one thing, and too far away from the people from another. We will remain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you would say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, but have you got a time for a word? Oh, hey, it's... I don't know who those are. Ah, yes, of course, Heaven Bet. Aye, that's me. I like your speech. But there's folks outside these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. And we have much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Grant. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I have resolved to remain here until such a time as Ulmore's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything is changing. Good thing. Vows of virtue and deeds of cruelty. Truly, to see Kaiser thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts, here in Ulmore we have matters of our own to attend to. Come. We should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhaps Beglug studies have borne fruit in our absence. Hopefully so. Also, I need to go to the Tombstone ladies. I need to see if I can get myself a fancy new ring. I need to get myself a cool new ring. Tombstone exchange. Domain of War. Accessories. I am 5 points off from the fucking thing. God damn it. My poetics can otherwise be put towards... Nothing is screaming out to me. Yeah, that's the only weapon. And then we have gear exchange. Crystarium Domain of War 1. Which requires 100 poex and the Crystarium Greatsword. So these would all be level 500s. And current, yeah, this is 515. I'm still better off just holding on to like my current level stuff. Speak with the Crystal Exarch yet again. Excuse me. There you go. Oh, you're still there, I see. Joshua Williams. Alright. Dun, dun. So fucking bright. It's just so bright! You go suck a lemon het. Also, I really need to go to the bathroom after this. Oh, pain and pleasure. Hang on a second. Ding. Dong. Use this. Sarium and ice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so I just need to do 2 more things, which is like a level 15 dungeon and a level 60 dungeon. Shouldn't be the worst thing. I'll be able to do those like off stream and such, because a lot of this is A lot of it is just, you know, part of my whole getting my paladin up in levels. So. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Ulmor. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Arrow site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Auras was ill-suited for our purposes. But, Urianger, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stones could hold one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Beglug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the invaluable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our soul dormant, as Austerus doth require, thus the shredding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfriff of aether which compareth with them, would all in likelihood drive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the asteroid instead, but we would have more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process, which is why we have abandoned that plan and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Grant, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from your encounter with Doja and Une? I speak of the royal eye of the Allergian imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allergians. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we are to gain an understanding of the technologies by which the Allergians were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could mind and soul together. Imagine, if you would, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wherever it leads. There is a lot of fucking words here. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Grant return to the source and inform Krill and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings onto Thancred and Rin, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Given our regards to Tataru, won't you? Mm-hmm. Travel back to the source. And then, yep, we're over here. What's beacon keeper supposed to do? Ah, I see. So we can use it to get to the beacon. Alright. Ding. Nice. I can just... bonk. And here we are. Wait, this way. I was getting lost for a bit because of all the blue ticks up there. Dun, 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 dun. The next time I'm streaming this, we need to figure out what my patch patch attire is gonna be. What my vacation wear is going to be. Grant, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Krill will be here shortly, and she'll want to get to... Speaking with Taro was playing sequence. Oh my god. Alright. Play him and... Of course, it's several cutscenes. Goddamn potatoes.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh yeah, no problems.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly.
Well, that's good.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
We got some, you know, iron in the furnaces. We got some ideas, but we're not like explicitly closer.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
Yep. Sounds very
And
promising.
Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Estinian! What are you doing here? Wait, where's Estinian? Hey, Estinian! The Azura Dragoon.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
The Emperor is dead. That's the first one.
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black
You
Rose.
could have at least called.
It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar.
Wow.
Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
When was the last time you showered, Estinian? You don't exactly keep up with
But his soul
hygiene, and your
lives
attire,
on.
I feel like,
And
is
he
worse
has
for
wrested
wear
back
than
his flesh.
when you know, killed a dragon in Heaven's
Xenos
Ward.
Ye Galvas.
There it is.
Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh, we get our
What's wrong?
echo moment to see how everything transpired. Is this blade meant to be doing that? I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You'll not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good will it do? The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Oh, well, he's just like... That's... When do you have that ability? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, okay, they had a plan. Oh, that's cool! It can do that? When the fuck could you do that? Ah, the simple pressures of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Like, separately they could. Whatever he is, Grant was barely a match for him. If we stand here much longer... Emperor Varus, your radiance! Are you alright? We may wear our welcome. Yeah, they think we're responsible. Your radiance! No! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Okay, that one I know is a Dragoon move. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Hang on, dude. I had to do it to them, chat. Good explosion. Your radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armors. We cannot let them escape. Excuse me. Yeah. Hi, Sage. I'm doing alright. I am almost done. Oh, hang on a second. How did... Oh, hang on. Hang on. Disband. Yep. So it's okay, so there was something that was gonna happen, and... Yeah, alrighty. So, skip this cutscene. And then we're here. So we already did that. And now I'm guessing we're gonna be playing as, like, another character. Yep. Oh, look at this! We're playing as a Stinian! A Stinian! He's the usual Dragoon. I am barely following if this thing has, like, techniques. Are all these, like, AoE attacks? Because if they're not, then we're gonna have a bit of a long whip. His name is Wormblood? I didn't know his name was Wormblood. themselves easy blocks by moving together, so just split up. Alright then, I'll take the low road, so to speak. Man, the Dragoon seems fun. Well, well, someone's been busy. That's an Ultima. Who the fuck is that? I do not remember the Ultima requiring, like, a person in it. And you would bow my way, would you? So be it. Like, that kind of person. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. Wait, Nidhogg? When the fuck could you do... What? Do you just, like, you don't have his eyes. Like, what? Wait. There's a reason for it. Okay, cool. Wait, are you talking about the Ultima with the person in it, or are you talking about Estinian with the Nidhogg powers? Do I get, like, a different, like, bar because of him being, like, you know... yes, he does. We've been afforded an impromptu field test. Okay. He's loaded data. Absorbs a portion of damage delta's HP. Damage over time. 15 seconds. Okay. And then number 3 is to all nearby enemies. The enemy doesn't share a recast timer. Delivers a jumping for the first enemy and 30%. Okay. We need that life steal. Think Nidhogg didn't leave an imprint on his soul when they merged? Well, when you put it like that, it makes perfect sense, but, like, you know, I just thought, you know, it was like an eyes exclusive thing. It's not like the whole... Sample DNA 4. 13. Wait, why are they... Oh, hang on a second, drive back with a horrid roar. Oh, I see. Like multiple stab wounds? Oh, fuck's sake. You remember how back... Yeah, no, I remember the whole possessing by Nidhogg thing, but I thought that was like exclusively with the eyes and shit. And sure, the eyes had like a bit of a deep connection, which is why there was like such a huge risk factor with the whole, you know, prying him off his body. So, yeah. Also, hi there, Tabitha. Sorry, I didn't say hi sooner. That works. Yep, there we go. Unleash the wrath of Nighthawk upon the Garleans. Nighthawk, show them their fury. Yeah, like, I guess, like...
Taste my lance!
That was cool. Like, I guess if there was, like, if I actually went through the Dragoon class, I reckon there probably would be, like, further explanation of, like, oh yeah, like, you know, mixtures of, oh, look at him, he's having his post-nut clarity right now. And he just, like, falls unconscious. Typical. Garleans in their machinima. Now, where are you, Gaius? So, I just didn't think. that can conclude most of my reasonings for why I may not understand or may not know something about Final Fantasy XIV. I just didn't think.
Are you all right?
Did she have like a different echo to me, or did we have the same echo?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter.
Wow, cheap talk from you.
Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
Yeah, we just played through that sequence.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit.
And that was just with your Echo of all things as well.
Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
Ah. So yeah, kind of like
it beggars
what
belief,
Sashera mentioned earlier, like he's
but no more than a
to
hero traversing the rift between worlds.
kind of like a what's-a-mahoozy Ascian at this point.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
Was he always going to be
Until
a Crown
order is
Prince
restored,
though?
Assuming it even possible.
Like,
we needn't fear an
let's be
Imperial
honest.
reprisal.
Let's be honest.
And
Was
for
he
reasons of
ever
his
going to
own,
remain as the
Xenos
Crown
took
Prince?
it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Like, I reckon the Emperor had, like, other, like, sons that were, like, probably a better candidate for the throne
Though,
than
if it comes to civil war,
combat sexual
I cannot
over there.
help but fear for the provinces. I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
No.
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
Alright, fair enough.
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riel and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Yeah, he got, like, turned into
That's
Nidhogg,
true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
She wants to make tea and crumpets for you. She doesn't really have much else to do.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Yeah, look at this guy. No longer fighting for country against dragons and goes for gold.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
She has the echo. She knows exactly why Alphino would be admiring him.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Barely happens.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
You know what? You know what, Kale? I think I do deserve some rest. I just went through... Oh, wait, hang on a second. I need to hand you in. We must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here a while? I'm sure Beglug can manage without you. They've got enough silence to help them if you ask me. Yeah! Did it! So while Nidhogg's hold over him is shattered, his body and soul have been permanently infused with some of... Meanwhile, in Garlemald... Fair enough, Tabitha. You make a very valid point. Civil war has broken across the Garlemald continent. Traitors! How dare thee defy... Ah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Whenever those, like, little dialogue thingamadoogies of, meanwhile, at the thingamadoogies, I like trying to voice that, hey, look, it's the, fucking, what's-a-mahoozy? Xenos. Has your armor changed at all? Boring, boring, boring. Yeah, meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. Do you think I find it amusing? Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse? Hello? That Hugh. Your soul is... Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you would wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. The Ascian understands that Xenos if that is his next mark, Xenos wants to fight and will most likely kill him if he... Meanwhile, in Ulmorin the First... I love how thought is the auto-modded message, not Xenos fucking suck. Did you hear? The president The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks and they're looking for laborers. I love how it's like Automod doesn't care about someone saying Xenos fucking sucks. Instead, it's for thought. Look at that sash. The thought plickens. You're too horny for chat, Sash. We need to reprimand you for such things.
Becky, Lem Smash.
There we go. You've been reprimanded for horny. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They've even laid on free Talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? Bah, we'd better get packing. Steady work, boarding and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Have you ever heard that saying before? Nope. It's the first time I'm hearing of it. Oh, hey! Ardbert? Yeah, so long as I yet live, I would see the feeble flame rekindled. Ardbert? Or is he, like, somehow, like, a different Ardbert? I did not see what his eyes did. I did not see what his eyes did. I missed that. He was cool back in Stormblood, but overstayed his welcome. Alright, so that's the next one. Krill is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings to share. Alrighty then. I also need to change my title. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Character, profile. Because for a long time, I've just been GrantZeebs. Z. I need a new title. And I thought, like, the thingy that was like, black and white was gonna be it. Where is it? Where is it? Nidhogg Slayer, the Finder of False Gods, thingy, the Space Pirate, Mythbreaker, the Dragon Song, the Finest Pupil, Fate Walker, Survivor, Confederate, Adversary, Lover, Loved by the Axe, Raban's Left Arm, The New Sun, Preclude to Violence, Shadowbringer, Sworn, of Virtuous Deeds. I thought it was gonna say black and white, but I thought it was gonna say black and white. But yeah, right? I like Z. The letter Z. Z. But yeah, we're gonna keep to that. Fuck yeah, Storm Captain. Any new gear? No, there isn't. Attributes are fine. But yeah, look at this. Level 62. I still got a ways to go. Level 80 for like the other two, that's fine. And then Gunbreaker has been going ham at it. So yeah. Ding dong. That will be it for tonight. You've been on a distant stargazer for like ever. No idea what distant stargazer is. I'm sorry. Words, thoughts fail me. But yeah, we went through 5.1! Yay, we went through 5.1. So the next time I do an MMO night, I will get through 5.2, and if I'm lucky enough to start it in the morning, I probably will be able to get that done and move on to other quest lines. It's an astrologian quest. Ah, okay. But yeah, next Saturday is not MMO night. Next Saturday is our party game stream. This is open to other streamers and viewers to join in on, by the way. That is the point of the Don't You Dare Do Weapon Trials Without Me. I don't know what the weapon trials are. Anyways, excuse me. So, next Saturday is going to be March 2nd, I want to say? March 2nd, yes. March 2nd, that is going to be the first Saturday of the month, and I have a party game stream for the first Saturday of the month. The chosen party game for that month is Monster Hunter Worlds. I know it would have been fun to do Helldivers, but I didn't know if Helldivers was going to be an absolute hit because, you know, we are fickle consumers. But anywhoosies, Monster Hunter Worlds is going to be the game next Saturday, and you are welcome to join if you also have Monster Hunter Worlds. It is available to other streamers and viewers to join in and play. I've not gone too far in the game, but from what I've learned, it's actually quite fun no matter, like, sort of where you are in the main quest line, because, you know, there isn't like a huge power spike very often with weapons or anything like that, so most people will be able to like sort of join in at wherever they want. So if you've got Monster Hunter on Steam, I'm pretty sure it's I feel like it's cross-play compatible. Someone will have to confirm that, but if you have Monster Hunter World on Steam and you want to join in and play, you're welcome to do so. It's an open invitation. You don't have to like check in with me of like, oh hey, am I able to join in? It's like, no, you can join in if you are awake and what have you. I have the event posted in my Discord, so if you want to say you're interested and do it there and get a little reminder so you can see on your local time zone, you may. I know Seshera is going to be joining us. Dazzy says he's going to join. Blue Foxy Nicey Icy and Code the Yoshi will be joining us. So it's not going to be just me, it's going to be a number of people, and with an online session, there will normally be able to have multiple parties running off and shit, so should be good. But yeah, other than that, that will be it for tonight. There's no streaming tomorrow. I will figure out what I'm doing for the next week, other than the MMO night, other than the party game. Just be aware, Dazzy is going to need a reminder of the day. Noted. I will send the reminder tomorrow, so then that way they're like relatively aware. Alrighty. We need to raid into someone. Let's see. Who is available for a raid? Let's see. Good night. Well, don't go yet, Sage. We need to have a look at who we can raid. We gotta share. Let's see. We got a weird mechanical unicorn looking thing. We've got boobies. What? Hello? Hang on. Is she streaming right? Oh no, that was just a recommended clip. Never mind. Hello, Machine King. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Bad news. We're slowly ending the stream, and Walsler is on. Okay, we'll go for Walsler. Who is Walsler? Pokemon community game, LGBT. Oh, hang on. Is this a Bara? Hey, it says certified himbo. All right, we're gonna go raid into them. We're gonna go raid into him. We'll go with our classic himbo raid. So here we go. I'll be here for the raid. Excellent. So if you are subscribed to me, you're welcome to use the emotes. We're gonna go with just our generic raid message. Himbo raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you're not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use what other kinds of emotes you have available that you think might be appropriate for our raid message. And as I said before, that is it for tonight. There's no stream tomorrow. I'll get a schedule out. Next Saturday nights is going to be party game stream. So if you have Monster Hunter World, open invitation to join. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. It's wonderful after working a Saturday shift to be able to just veg out and play MMO. Xerix, thank you again for joining in with me and helping me out in that one dungeon for the patch. I hope you all have a good afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and I'll hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now.